Yeah, so no way. I thought that.
Before I formally start, can I check that I can be heard clearly? Yes, I think there is an indication I can. Is that correct? Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen.
Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Good. Are we ready? I think we are. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this public inquiry which I formally open. My name is David Rose. I'm a chartered town planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to determine the planning appeal by Orwell Basildon Limited. The appeal arises from the failure of Basildon Borough Council to give notice within the prescribed period of a decision on an application for planning permission for the demolition and redevelopment of the existing building and erection of a mixed-use scheme comprising of flexible commercial floor space, use class A1 to A5, B1, D1 and or D2 on the ground floors and 492 one and two bedroomed residential apartments, use class C3 in 3 blocks of up to 17 stories with associated parking, servicing and communal amenity areas on land at Market Square, Basildon. We will come to the event management shortly, but for purposes of my opening, I should be grateful if advocates would have their cameras switched on and for witnesses to switch theirs on if they are present when they are introduced and then to turn them off again. Can I also remind everyone to ensure that mobile phones, other devices and email alerts are silenced whilst the inquiry is in session. I should also say that you shouldn't be using the chat function on the basis that I can see it. So if you would avoid that in terms of anything that you would not wish me to see, if it's purely checking on whether you can be heard or whatever else, that's fine. But please be aware that I do have access to that. As a further reminder, I understand that the inquiry is being recorded and live streamed to enable the local community in particular to follow proceedings either live or at their convenience. All parties are reminded to do their best to avoid providing any information to this public record, which should otherwise be kept private and confidential. Just bear with me a moment. Thank you. Right, I'll now take appearances in the order of the appellant, the Local Planning Authority, Basildon Estates Limited, and in short, Infrared Limited. I will then establish whether there are members of the public or other interested parties who wish to speak today. First of all, who appears for Orwell Basildon Limited?
Good morning.
I can't hear you. Do you have your microphone on?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Good. Sorry, there was a bit of an echo at this end. Sir, my name is Scott Linus, Queen's Counsel, and with me is Ben Fulbrook of Council. We're instructed by Roy Pinnock of Denton's, and we propose to call 4 witnesses: Mr. David Cafferty on Architecture and Design, Mr. Tim Jackson on Townscape, Ms. Leslie Roberts on Build to Rent matters, and Mr. Mark Harris on planning. So I should say that we missed the introduction to the inquiry through some technical issues at our end. We don't need, obviously, that to be repeated. I think we missed the first 3 or so minutes, but at the moment we may need to resolve some issues with the sound at this end. And if we have any more difficulties, we'll let you know.
Yes, please do so, and I'll take a short adjournment so we can resolve that.
Thank you very much, sir.
And who appears for Basildon Borough Council, please?
Good morning, sir. I appear for the council. My name is Douglas Edwards. I'm Queen's Counsel, and I'm instructed by Charlotte Mackay, who is a senior planning lawyer with the council. So I hope you will have received in advance of the opening of the inquiry a list of appearances. And on that list, there are 2 witnesses who I propose to call with your permission in this order. Firstly, Mr. Dealey of the Metropolitan Workshop, who will deal with the quality of the development and certain design matters. And secondly, Mr. Lowndes of Lichfield, who will deal broadly with character and appearance matters.
Thank you. And for Basildon Estates Limited, please.
Good morning, sir. I hope you can hear me.
I can very clearly, thank you.
So my name is Thomas Hill, Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Assessons LLP, and I hope you have a note of their details on the PINS file.
I do,
And
thank
so,
you.
With your leave, in due course, I'll call 2 witnesses. The first, Ms. Lucy Markham, who deals with Townscape matters, and the second, Ms. Karen Jones of RPS, who deals with planning matters.
Thank you. And for Infrared Limited, please.
Good morning, sir. My name's Stephanie Hall. That's H-A-L-L. Happy to be Miss Hall. I'm instructed by Rebecca Roth at CMS Law. And I'm calling 1 witness,
Sorry,
Mr. John Mumby.
Could I just take the instructions? Rebecca
Rebecca
Roth.
Roth. So you did have her name on
Yes.
the screen, actually.
It is, yeah.
R-O-F-F-E.
Of.
CMS.
Thank you very much.
And I'm calling 1 witness, with your permission, sir, Mr. John Mumby, M-U-M-B-Y. You should have a proof of evidence from him. His letters are on the front of his proof, but it's BA brackets honours, close brackets MRTPI.
Thank you. And I understand that Angela O'Donoghue, Principal and Chief Executive, South Essex College, wished to speak this morning. Ms. Donoghue, is Ms. Donoghue present? We'll continue. If she joins us later on, I should be able to see that because I do have a list of participants. So if she's available this morning, then she wishes to speak. She is aware of the approximate timings of the inquiry. I've also received a request through the council enclosing comments from an interested person who does not wish to take an active part in the inquiry, but asks for his comments to be read out on his behalf. I shall attend to this after hearing opening statements. I also understand that there is a councillor who wishes to speak. I had a message just before 10 o'clock asking whether he would be permitted to speak, and I've asked to be notified of his availability and whether he wishes to speak this morning, and I'll endeavour to accommodate that. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? No, thank you. Let me now say a little about the conduct and management of this inquiry. First of all, I recognise the greater demands on everyone in terms of communicating by video link rather than in person, and how tiring it can be to sit in front of 1 or more screens over a period of time. As you know from the draft timetable, I intend to break the day into 4 sessions of approximately 1¼ hours each: 10 o'clock to 11:15, 11:45 to 1 p.m, 2 p.m. to 3:15, and 3:45 to 5 o'clock. Should stress that these timings are approximate, and as we approach the 1:25 mark, I will ask advocates to indicate whether it is convenient to adjourn so as not to unnecessarily interrupt the flow of evidence or cross-examination. And advocates, if you're getting to a point where it is convenient and we're not quite there, then I'm happy for you to indicate. I'm quite flexible on that, but it certainly helps to divide the day in that manner. If anybody needs or feels that an adjournment would be useful at any other time, please let me know. Now, I'm not sure on Zoom whether we have the raise hand function or not. This is the first time I've operated on Zoom rather than Microsoft Teams. But if that facility isn't available and I can't see it on my screen, then no doubt you're all well practiced at drawing the inspector's attention, so please do so in the normal way. During adjournments, please remember to turn off your cameras and microphones. Now, in terms of the way I work, I have 2 screens, which means that I may not always be looking at the camera. I'll be taking handwritten notes, which will entail looking down. I have comfort of certain paper documents, which I will have either side of me, and this again may involve turning away from the camera. Similarly, when anyone is speaking, I'm likely to be looking at your image, which may not be in direct line of sight. I can, however, assure everyone that I will be listening very carefully. You'll see that I'm using a headset to minimize any potential distraction from outside sources. Should that occur, I will advise the parties, mute my microphone and take a short break should it prove necessary. If anybody suffers any IT problems and loses their connection to the inquiry, I will adjourn initially for 5 minutes. You should log straight back in the same way that you did for the main event. In the unlikely event of a major disruption, I will adjourn the inquiry. My case officer will then contact you as soon as possible to explain the situation and how we will proceed. As you know, the inquiry is programmed for 8 days over a 2-week period. I've issued a draft inquiry timetable based on time estimates provided by the parties. For those with experience of inquiries, you will know that time estimates are not an exact science, and programming appearances during the inquiry may be subject to change. After my opening, I will hear opening statements from the 4 main parties and take anybody else who wishes to speak this morning. We will then proceed on the basis of an introductory design presentation by David Cafferty on behalf of the appellant, followed by the respective cases for the council, the appellant and the Rule 6 parties. I should at this stage acknowledge there's been some question about the role of the Rule 6 parties at this inquiry. For my part, both Basildon Estates and InfraRed have been granted Rule 6 status and may therefore participate in the inquiry so far as relevant and helpful to the appeal before me. I should remind you that it's not an opportunity for either of those parties to build a case for their respective public inquiries next year, and I expect participation to be focused accordingly. At some point, I will be holding a discussion on planning conditions already discussed between the appellants and the council, which might be imposed on any grant of planning permission. This is normal inquiry practice, and it does not indicate that I am predisposed to allowing the appeal. I intend to deal with planning conditions and obligations at the same session, if at all possible. The parties will be aware that I've issued a written note commenting on the draft conditions, and I understand from one of the documents submitted this morning that there will be a response to that in due course. Now, in terms of my practice of asking questions of witnesses, I tend to introduce these as the opportunity arises rather than having a separate inspectors' questions session. As to inquiry documents, all material that is to be relied on should already have been submitted. I think I have everything that's been submitted either overnight or first thing this morning. I can say that I've read all of the proofs of evidence and written statements and have, for the most part, followed references to core documents. In terms of the presentation of evidence, proofs and rebuttals will largely be taken as read. Summaries may be a useful starting point, although there may be occasions where these are simply used as a framework for evidence in chief. If witnesses are able to share documents as appropriate, that would clearly be helpful to the inquiry. I remind the parties of the cost regime and the procedure for making a costs application. Any intended application should be announced as soon as practically possible for timetabling purposes. As requested by the parties, I undertook an extensive unaccompanied visit to Basildon Town Centre and its surroundings on 27th of October. You can therefore be assured that I'm familiar with the overall context of the proposals. As to the post-inquiry site visit, I will discuss arrangements with the parties later in the inquiry. Whilst all of the professional witnesses are no doubt familiar with their duty to the inquiry, there are 3 points I wish to stress. Firstly, Most questions in cross-examination invite a yes or no answer. This should be the witness's starting point with clarification or qualification to follow. Attempts to reinterpret difficult questions will not help the inquiry, especially if the question has to be repeated. Secondly, witnesses should not have access to emails, WhatsApp, or other prompts whilst giving evidence, and should not communicate with anyone outside the inquiry during breaks whilst under cross-examination and re-examination. Thirdly, although a virtual event, I would invite professional witnesses to respect the formality of the inquiry and to demonstrate appropriate sartorial elegance. Now, before I conclude my opening remarks, there's just one additional matter, and that relates to the amendment to the Statement of Common Ground, which I've seen this morning, which confirms that although there remains a difference between the council and the appellant on housing land supply, there would be no advantage in taking up inquiry time. Is that the position of the two Rule 6 parties? Mr. Hill?
So could I just say that we've only recently seen that document. I haven't taken instructions on it yet. I do touch on it very briefly in my short opening submissions, simply to say that we're not going to seek to take up inquiry time debating an issue which the two, if I may so call them, principal parties don't want to debate. Or what I was going to ask was whether you just allow us a moment to put together a very short position statement reflecting on the content of the supplement to the Statement of Common Ground, which I think will be helpful to you and to the other parties. But we will seek to do that in the course of the next 24 hours.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Ms. Hall?
Thank you. I'm in exactly the same position as my learned friend, Mr. Hill. I haven't had time to take instructions on this point. 5-year land supply and the degree of shortfall is something mentioned by my witness, although we didn't propose to call a specific 5-year land supply evidence, a witness to go into site-by-site analysis. Nevertheless, it is something I do need to take instructions on as to the extent to which we're going to be departing from the position taken by the main parties.
And again, if I can be advised of that before we start tomorrow morning, that
Of
would
course.
clearly be helpful.
Of course.
And it may be necessary for Mr. Lowndes to deal with that, but he's not appearing until tomorrow. So again, to give him appropriate time if there is anything
Absolutely.
that he needs to deal with.
So yes, if I'm going to, I can tell you now, if I'm going to be asking Mr. Lowndes any questions about 5-year supply, it will be matters of principle. It won't be site-by-site questions.
Indeed, on the basis that I don't have that counter evidence from any party. And there does seem to be an advantage in taking an overall pragmatic approach on the basis that it is agreed that there isn't a 5-year housing land supply and the matters that trigger the tilted balance. And I think in terms of trying to deal with decimal points on housing land supply is not going to serve as well during this inquiry. Anything further, Ms. Hall?
No, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So could I just say, if this is a convenient time, that
Certainly.
quite a lot of new documents appear to have arrived over the course of the last 24 hours, some overnight. I'm not sure where they've come from, who has put them in, but emails have been coming fast and furious, adding to the I think to the core documents list.
Indeed.
Can I just ask what some of these, I should say, may provoke a response? It's not entirely clear what has provoked them into being introduced. Obviously, no one sought your leave to introduce them. I'm not saying they shouldn't be before you, but could I just inquire what sort of protocol you'd like to observe before new documents suddenly appear for other parties to catch up with and digest?
Well, clearly, I'd like to minimise the submission of new documents during the course of the inquiry, because it can lead to the need to take adjournments. Those documents have been submitted this morning. I've had the opportunity to skim through them. Some are more substantial than others, although I anticipate that even in terms of those more substantial ones, the points might be relatively limited. I'm always optimistic.
I know you are, sir.
Can I say that in terms of documents, before seeking to introduce them to the inquiry, if there are documents that you need to or you wish to introduce, then I think it would be useful for that to be conveyed to other advocates and for them to come in as a behind the scenes agreement that they should be admitted to the inquiry, as opposed to a flurry of documents and then everybody wondering what they might be.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to suggest that now the inquiry is open, that's probably the most convenient way to do this. We can flag that in open inquiry session before any document goes in.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So could I just make a contribution at this stage on this topic? Can I indicate?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Edwards.
Can I indicate I agree entirely with Mr. Hill's observation that if documents are to go in, there ought to be advance notice, and I'm grateful for you giving a direction accordingly. So far as the material that came in, I think this morning, actually, in terms of additions to the core document library, we've introduced one document, which is a few pages, which is an extract from the London Housing Design Guide that I'm going to ask Mr. Deely to address you on in due course. We also received via the appellant solicitors, I think 4 other documents relating to the GS8 development and
Trafford House.
Trafford House. So I'm certainly not objecting to those documents going in, but insofar as those documents are going to be put to either of my witnesses, and I suspect it may be Mr. Lowndes that is going to be on the receiving end of any questions arising from them, could we just be given an indication as to what the point is arising from those documents that's going to be put, and any particular references, in order that Mr. Lowndes can have a proper opportunity to consider the documents in advance of being questioned on them?
That would be helpful, clearly helpful, rather than having to trawl through the entirety of a design and access statement, trying to anticipate which point might be being raised. Some are probably potentially predictable, but that's not really the basis we should be continuing on. I think it's quite clear that fair notice is given to a witness in terms of late documents, that if there isn't reference to it in a proof, etc., then the witness might be taken by surprise and appropriate request for a short adjournment. And I'm anxious to avoid that. So if I can urge you all to proceed on the basis of spirit of cooperation so that we can run an efficient inquiry. Anything else before we turn to opening statements? If not, we can proceed on the basis of the appellant's opening statement. I should say that one of the documents I received this morning, I was going to say late document, one of the documents I received this morning was in fact a copy of the council's opening statement. So I do have that, and I'm grateful. And I take it that there will be written opening statements which can be forwarded in due course. That would be helpful.
Sir, yes. I have asked for a copy of my opening to be forwarded to you. We haven't seen the council's one yet, or I haven't anyway. I won't be making any reference to that.
It may only be that I'm in that privileged position.
Maybe, sir, it may be.
Okay.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Linus, please.
Thank you very much. Sir, this proposal seeks planning permission for a much-needed mixed-use scheme comprising flexible commercial floor space and 492 1- and 2-bedroom residential apartments with associated parking, servicing, and extensive and attractive communal areas. It will breathe life and vitality into Basildon Town Centre, in line with the Council's aspirations for the area, as well as making a substantial contribution to the Council's housing shortfall in a manner which is fully supported by national planning policy. The development site comprises 0.72 hectares of brownfield land, which is currently occupied by a poorly performing and dated 3- to 4-story building. A large proportion of the units on the site are now vacant. The building is tired and reaching the end of its functional life. That the principle of this residential-led mixed-use development here is accepted by the council is hardly surprising. This is a brownfield site in a highly accessible town centre location, just 140 metres from Basildon railway station with 4 trains per hour to London. Residential development in such locations and in town centres generally is strongly encouraged by the NPPF through the government's commitment to significantly boosting the supply of housing, the recognition that mixed-use schemes generally and residential development in particular play an important role in ensuring the vitality of town centres and should be encouraged, and the requirement to accord substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land and underutilised buildings. The need for regeneration in Basildon is clear. The town centre was constructed largely through the 50s and 60s as a new town. A number of buildings, including the appeal site, have now passed their useful life. In addition to the physical decline, local competition and changing shopping habits have resulted in an underutilisation of the town centre and a rise in the number of vacant units. This need has long been recognised by the council, which developed the Basildon Town Centre Development Framework as long ago as 2006 and the Basildon Town Centre Master Plan in 2012. The council's 2015 Urban Characterisation Design Review identified that the town centre has a tired air and that its physical fabric is fading. In 2020, the council published and approved its town centre regeneration strategy. It emphasises how encouraging more people to live in the town centre is fundamental to achieving the council's vision, and explains that this will increase the overall demand and utilisation of the town centre. It identifies a capacity within the centre up to 4,200 homes, and the site is part of the station of Irons where 840 homes can be delivered. The council's new political leadership no longer supports the strategy, but the need for regeneration is nonetheless accepted, and the strategy remains evidence of how independent council-appointed master planners appraise the centre and the opportunities capable of being accommodated within it. Even before an increase in the assessed housing needs of the area, the strategy was advanced to the examining inspector of the local plan as the basis upon which the town centre could contribute towards meeting objectively assessed housing needs in the district, thereby relieving pressure on what should be the exceptional release of greenbelt land. The proposed development stands to act as a catalyst which will kickstart this regeneration process and help reduce that pressure which will otherwise bear upon housing provision in the district. It also holds in prospect a significant contribution to addressing the long-standing and substantial undersupply of housing in the local area. It's a matter of common ground. The council is well short of being able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And as you've indicated, sir, the appellant does not accept that the recent suggested uplift in supply from 2.4 to 3.5 years has been sufficiently established by the council, although it's not necessary to scrutinise the supply in site-by-site detail, because there's not understood to be any suggestion that a claimed but unsubstantiated improvement in supply somehow improves the council's overall case. And even at 3.5 years supply, which is higher than we're prepared to accept, substantial weight should be accorded to the proposed contribution to housing supply as part of a scheme with such compelling regenerative benefits. A supply of 2.4 years plainly reinforces this position. The proposed development offers 492 apartments with internal and external residence amenity areas, as well as retail, food and beverage, and incubator space for small businesses. The heights of the scheme vary from 1 to 17 stories and include 3 rooftop residence amenity spaces with central courtyard space at the first floor. All external amenity space has internal residence amenity directly connected to it. The massing comprises 3 fingers oriented east to west, ranging in height from 9 to 17 stories, with key marker buildings in the northwest and southeast corners standing at 17 and 15 stories respectively. A series of 2-story pavilions sit between the fingers and link into a single-story podium on which the courtyard spaces sit. Active frontages are presented around the building. The residential provision is being made on an entirely build-to-rent basis. BTR is an innovative form of home which is recognised by the framework and defined as purpose-built housing that's intended to appeal to those who wish to rent rather than own their homes. BTR schemes are therefore typically 100% rented out, usually offering longer term agreements of 3 years or more, typically comprising stock and single ownership control, and often appealing particularly to those under 40. A main point of difference to other forms of housing is an emphasis in BTR schemes on high quality professional management, allied to a focus on providing spaces and services which seek to engender a sense of community for those living there. Further evidence on the benefits and attributes of build to rent will be given by Leslie Roberts, but in summary, its provision will meet an important aspect of local housing need and will provide welcome diversity to the local housing market. The site's accessibility and town centre location near the station are particularly well suited to this form of development. Turning to the evolution of the proposed scheme, the appellant worked closely with the council throughout the pre-application and application process, and the design has gradually evolved, taking account of the council's advice and priorities, guided by its own master planning advice, along with the independent assessment by the appellant's consultant team of the town centre and the opportunities it holds for well-designed development. A pre-application submission was first made in December 19, and numerous buildings with council officers followed, including meetings with the design review panel, which resulted in revisions and improvements to the scheme and its architectural treatment, including, for example, the provision of external balconies in response to requests from the council. The planning application was recommended for approval by council officers on no less than 3 occasions in February, April and August 2021. The council's planning committee resolved to approve it on 2 of these in February and April. These reports into those committee meetings need to be read closely and in full, for they contain clear and cogent reasons why this council rightly concluded that the appeal scheme would offer substantial benefits to the town. But for present purposes, it's enough to identify how the February 21 committee report, accepted by members, advised in respect of the principle of development as follows. The ambitions of the regeneration strategy drive the direction for town centre development, which envisages the town centre transforming from a shopping centre into a vibrant mixed community of new homes, together with new retail, leisure, cultural and entertainment facilities. In light of the above, the redevelopment of this town centre site for residential-led mixed-use development is considered acceptable. At the end of that paragraph, increased residential development in the town centre will increase footfall and spending power, further supporting town centre retail and leisure businesses. In respect of height, officers stated, allowing for the approximately 4-metre change in ground level across the town centre, the tallest block would therefore appear only 2 metres taller than the highest point of Brook House, which, having regard to the 220-metre distance between Brook House and the tallest block of the development, would appear broadly comparable in height to it, with the marginal height increase not readily discernible except in longer views from outside the town centre. In relation to massing, officers stated the effect of breaking down what could otherwise be 3 plain rectangular blocks, providing good visual relief and articulation to each elevation in its street setting, with the most prominent blocks fronting onto the principal public squares to enhance the legibility of the scheme in the wider public realm by acting as the principal landmark nodes or way markers for pedestrians. That was clearly accepted. And in respect of materials, officers stated the design approach addresses the streets well. In respect of amenity of future occupiers, officers stated the apartments are generally well laid out and well proportioned, and the provision of large shared amenity spaces, centralised community and flexible apartment living is intended to provide the physical space for neighbours to spend time together, but also to promote common interests and ownership amongst the community. In truth, the council's recent change position has arisen simply as a result of a change in political leadership. There has been no change in circumstances on the ground or in policy that can justify the diametrically opposed position it now seeks to take. The decision to reject this carefully conceived, officer-supported proposal is a failure of leadership that does nothing but harm opportunities for local residents and businesses, along with the prospects for the regeneration of the town centre that this council has been asking developers such as the appellant to promote. The benefits of proposed development, which have set out in some terms above, are manifold and compelling. They include the delivery of nearly 500 units of accommodation in a highly sustainable town centre location, The introduction of retail and restaurant units associated with this high quality development, which will increase the attraction of the town centre as a retail and restaurant destination. Provision for a new healthcare facility, meeting an identified local need in the heart of the town. The creation of 130 new jobs in a range of skilled and unskilled roles. The demolition of a poorly performing and dated building and its replacement with a new building incorporating sustainable building and management techniques. In the light of these benefits, the care with which the scheme has been developed in concert with the council officers and the need for both housing and regeneration in the town centre, it is very difficult to understand why the council would oppose it. Yet oppose it they have, and for reasons which we say simply do not withstand detailed scrutiny. Now, it's neither necessary nor appropriate to rehearse the detailed evidence that you'll be hearing at the inquiry, sir, so it suffices at this stage to summarise the reasons and outline our response to them. In terms of the impact of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the town centre, as I've outlined and as is explained more fully in the design and access statement, hereafter referred to as the DAS, and the evidence of David Cafferty, the appellant has gone to great lengths to understand and respond to local context. This has involved extensive pre-application discussions, a design review panel process, and the creation of the DAS, along with a townscape and visual assessment, none of which is the subject of any criticism throughout the application process. All of this fed into the application itself, which demonstrates a careful and comprehensive assessment of local character and distinctiveness. In terms of height and scale, the evidence of Mr. Jackson and Mr. Cafferty will show that the 9 to 17 storey height of the development is entirely appropriate for its location within the townscape. The character of the town centre, including the immediate context of the site, is not of a singular 3 to 4 storey form, which must necessarily be maintained rigidly. Neither the chronology of town centre development nor council policy require or justify that approach or suggest any definitive height restriction. The independent master planners appointed by the council to advise on the 2020 master plan and regeneration strategy plainly considered that the town could and should accommodate more height as part of its renewal, and so did the council. The presence of tall buildings adjacent to low to medium rise buildings is a recognised feature of the town centre, noted in the council's 2015 urban characteristic and design review. And overall, the scheme's intelligent massing and contribution to wayfinding mean that it will represent a beneficial addition to the existing townscape of the site and its immediate context. It's common ground that any impact on the historic significance of the Grade 2 Brook House does not provide sufficient grounds to object to the scheme, nor will the proposed development undermine the role played by Brook House in the wider townscape, which, as Mr. Jackson explains, is not reliant upon any claim to singularity, but rather its presence in the centre of the town. This will be complemented by the proposed scheme, which has been designed with Brook House in mind. And any late claim now made by the council to a necessary singularity of Brook House is misplaced, having regard to its intended function within the master plan of the town, the presence of other later approved schemes, such as the recently permitted 11-storey GS8 scheme, or the scope for other parts of the town centre to accommodate an appropriate marker at height without unacceptably dominating Brook House itself. In terms of massing, the proposed development has been carefully designed such that the proposed fingers do not present a single tall, flat, unimaginative structure. Instead, the fingers break down the massing, present a strong visual interest and varied skyline. They've been strategically placed to enhance the legibility of the town centre whilst paying appropriate respect to Brook House. The tallest 17-storey finger is located in the northwestern corner of the site, acting as a key urban marker where the town's principal east to west retail axis meets the main approach north from this train station into the centre. A second marker building, 15 stories in height, is located in the diagonally opposite corner, addressing the recently refurbished Market Square. A lower 10-storey block is appropriately located in the northwestern corner of the site closest to Brook House. The council does not take any technical point in relation to the sunlight, daylight and overshadowing assessments submitted with the application. And whilst it's appeared to suggest that overshadowing caused by the development will have an adverse impact on the quality of the pedestrian experience, it produces no credible evidence to this effect. And as David Cafferty will explain, All built form will create shadows northwards, but the proposed development has been designed with this in mind, and the built form has been broken up to address these potential effects. The proposed development will result in a wider overall improvement to the pedestrian experience by providing further active frontages and reanimating the public realm. Turning to the impacts on the character and appearance of the centre in terms of architectural language and general design quality, it's clear from the extract from the committee report that I've already quoted, sir, i.e. that the scheme is a well-considered design response to its town centre position, context and relationship to the wider setting of Brooke House, that the council's officers do not agree with this assessment as advanced the reason for refusal. They are entirely correct not to. So too were members of the previous administration who considered the scheme. The appellant has worked extensively to understand the architectural language of the town centre and respond accordingly whilst avoiding simple pastiche or facsimile. As Mr. Cafferty will explain, the scheme and materials have been inspired by the local context along with a clear comprehension of the new town origins of the town centre. The facades exhibit an honesty, simplicity and balance, and in the words of officers, a general uniformity, drawn from the regularity of fenestration which appears elsewhere in the centre, along with horizontal banding on the main structure as it takes design cues from within the verticality of Brooke House. The use of brickwork reflects what appears elsewhere in the centre, including at its western end in the immediate context of the site, as well as Brooke House itself. The pavilions incorporate materials drawn from the public art that's long featured elsewhere in the centre as part of structures that meet the ground strongly in a manner which respects the approach to retail buildings elsewhere in the centre and adds character and visual interest to the street scene. And contrary to the views of the council, the scheme will complement the sequences of streets, squares, spaces, building patterns and scale. It will occupy the same footprint of the existing building, and as I've explained, it will in fact enhance legibility. Overall, the scheme will provide a highly positive visual resource for the town centre. Turning thirdly to the nature and quality of the living conditions, sir, this reason for refusal appears to have proceeded from a complete misunderstanding of the particular nature of build-to-rent accommodation, as well as a fundamentally overstated response to the internal arrangements of the scheme. To suggest a corridor length could amount to a sufficient reason to oppose the scheme, in light of the obvious benefits outlined above, simply scratches credulity. Residents will have at most a 15-metre walk from their lift to their front door if they select the appropriate core. And as Ms. Roberts will show, the overall corridor lengths are entirely in keeping with other build-to-rent schemes in any event. Similarly, it's mystifying that objections taken to a scheme on the basis some residents would have to walk a matter of seconds further than others to access the external amenity spaces and upper levels, or indeed that residents would walk through a generously open landscape open area on the way to their homes. The external amenity space provided by the scheme is of high quality and extensive. The provision of external balconies to a proportion of the flats facing the internal courtyard so as not to disrupt the external facades of the town centre was expressly agreed with officers and is entirely reasonable. As Ms. Roberts will explain, the emphasis rather on high quality shared amenity space is a distinctive feature of build-to-rent schemes, generating opportunities for increased social interaction where residents feel they are renting the whole building and not just their private dwelling. The success of such schemes is not sensitive to any identifiably greater extent of balcony provision, and there's no reason to suggest that this scheme, with the quality of its external and internal communal provision, would be any different. Similarly, there can in reality be no suggestion that the well-designed double-height entrance lacks presence or legibility. It's deliberately and properly been located to face towards the station without distracting from the main commercial frontages. It faces onto a public space now emphasised by the configuration of the new college building opposite, and the point now taken by the council seems at least to be a different one, that there aren't enough separate entrances. But again, the provision of a single entrance with coordinated single point provision of management services and greater opportunities to meet fellow occupiers cannot sensibly be regarded as a deficiency of the scheme. The opposite is in fact the case. Now, sir, the inquiry will obviously return in closing to the overall planning balance. But in short, it's our position that the proposed development complies with the development plan and would merit the grant of permission without delay in normal circumstances. In this case, however, it's common ground that Tilted Balance is engaged, which requires that permission be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework taken as a whole. We say such impacts plainly do not arise here, and it's perplexing how the Council can now be suggesting that its own officers and the previous administration, after repeated and conscientious consideration of the scheme, could be so wrong as to justify such a volte-face on how the balance should now be struck. But in any event, this is a scheme which would give a great deal to Basildon, and the Council now comes nowhere close to demonstrating that it takes anything significant away. We will therefore respectfully ask this appeal be allowed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lynes. Can I just at this stage welcome the councillor that has joined us? My name is David Rose. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. I'm currently hearing opening statements, and you probably gathered I've just heard the opening statement on behalf of the appellant. I'll hear the other opening statements before moving on to hearing others who wish to speak. Mr. Edwards, please, on behalf of the council.
Yes, thank you, sir. You've helpfully indicated you've received the text of the Council's opening statement, and that text has now been forwarded by email to representatives of the other parties.
Thank you.
Basildon Borough Council has resolved that it would have refused planning permission for the appeal scheme had it been still in a position to do so. Consistently with this, it seeks now the dismissal of the appeal, and it does so by reference to two principal concerns to which we will refer shortly. However, there are certain matters which are not in dispute, and it might be of benefit for these to be confirmed at this stage. Those matters are these. Firstly, the Council does not oppose the principle of residential-led mixed-use development of the appeal site. It does not oppose the demolition of what is presently built on the appeal site, subject to endeavours being made to incorporate the mural on the northern elevation into a new development. Secondly, the Council supports appropriate regenerative development within Basildon Town Centre and welcomes the range of benefits that, as an outcome, regeneration can be anticipated to deliver. Thirdly, the Council recognises that housing supply and delivery in Basildon is constrained, and as such, the contribution to housing supply which the appeal proposals offers is a significant consideration in favour of this appeal. And fourthly, the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable sites for housing. The Council's position is that it can demonstrate 3.5 years of supply. As such, and for the purposes of paragraph 11D of the framework, the development plan policies which are most important in the context of this appeal are out of date, and the tilted balance is engaged. And finally, for the Council to prevail at this appeal, any adverse effects of this appeal being allowed must significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. We turn then to those adverse effects and the basis of the Council's opposition to the appellant's case. The appeal site lies within Basildon Town Centre towards its western end. Basildon Town Centre is a product of the New Towns movement of the 1940s and retains much of its original composition and character, largely conforming to the modern movement. The buildings on the appeal site form part of that original composition. There is common ground between the appellant and the Council that there exists a discernible townscape character to Basildon Town Centre and that this is of value. The Rule's 6 parties seem to share this view. As such, and in accordance with the current, indeed long-established national planning policy, new development must be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment. SAVE policy BAS-BES 12 is directed towards the same objective. In order to engage with and to secure compliance with this element of national policy, it is necessary for any developer to have properly interrogated and to have understood that local character and history of Basildon Town Centre. Indeed, the imperative of so doing is a central element of the National Design Guide. A failure to do so risks generating a development which is not sympathetic to, but rather harms prevailing townscape character. In this context, and put shortly, the appeal scheme falls significantly short. First, the application documentation demonstrates a less than rigorous assessment and thus understanding of existing context and character, and the appellant's evidence to the inquiry fails to remedy this deficiency. Indeed, it may well be said, and is said by the council, to underscore it. The appellant dwells on the spatial dimensions of existing character of the townscape and, as part of that, the distribution of existing component blocks. However, the appellant has failed to recognise sufficiently and to value the moderation of height, scale and massing within the town centre and their respective contributions to character. Secondly, had the appellant properly understood the context, it would, or should, have become apparent readily that development of the height, scale and mass proposed on the appeal site fails to respond to and to respect, or in framework terms, to be sympathetic to, existing character. This is particularly emphasised by the adverse effect of what is proposed on existing and widely acknowledged landmark qualities of Brook House and its contribution to the character and appearance of Basildon. And, for the avoidance of doubt, we do not accept that Brook House was the first of an otherwise incomplete series of tall buildings which form part of the original vision for Basildon New Town. Thirdly, with regard to detailed form and elevational design, a number of shortcomings arise which are, again, we say, largely derived from an inadequate understanding of local character and appearance. Central among these shortcomings is a failure in the form and elevations to respect and reflect the horizontality which can so readily be appreciated within the existing townscape. The fenestration arrangement in particular contributes adversely in this respect, and the unrelenting facade treatment, including the proposed materials palette, such as it is largely monotonous and fails to recognise any of the richness displayed by other buildings within the town centre. It is not, we suggest, unkind to describe the appellant's approach as one which seeks to introduce a form of off-the-shelf urban design which fails to reflect the richness of what contributes to character and appearance here. Fourthly, the product of these deficiencies is that what is proposed is not, as policy requires, sympathetic to the character and history of the townscape into which it will be introduced, but rather is substantially and significantly harmful. Separately, the council is concerned about the quality of the living environment to be offered to future occupants and the quality of the residents' experience. Mr. Dealey will speak to these concerns. In short, firstly, the proposed extent and layout of private amenity space is inadequate for the development of this scale, and the distribution of provision is unequal. The basic requirements in terms of provision of amenity space within the Essex Design Guide, which are far from onerous, are not met. Secondly, the single means of access from the surrounding public realm, which will be off Market Square, turns its back to the main elements of the functioning town centre, and a single point of entry is not a requirement, and the appellant's approach will be inconvenient and uninviting. Thirdly, internal circulation and access will be convoluted, lengthy and uninviting, which again adversely affects the quality and convenience of the residents' experience. A high-quality development, which is claimed to bring considerable benefits, can be expected to do better than this. And that the tenure in the short term will be build to rent does not provide any basis for the relaxing of the requirements for high-quality design and amenity, which is otherwise demanded. National policy requires, of course, development to create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible with high standard amenity for future residents. And this applies just as much to build to rent tenure as it does for any other. The council's two concerns, impact on character and appearance and acceptability of future living conditions for residents, are derived from important elements of the NPPF and are such, the council says, to justify refusal of planning permission consistent with paragraph 11D, the paragraph 11D approach. For the council's position to prevail, these elements of harm, individually and cumulatively, must be such as to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed in the context of the framework, including contribution to housing supply in a constrained situation. The council says that they do, and in reaching that conclusion, it must of course be recognised that firstly, the council does not object to new homes being delivered on the appeal site, thereby contributing to supply, But secondly, the form of that delivery must be appropriate in terms of its effect on character and in terms of quality. Development is not appropriate in either regard. We turn then briefly to some other matters. Firstly, we anticipate that much may be said by the appellant at the inquiry concerning the planning history of this proposal, and so it's been borne out by the appellant's opening statement heard this morning. The facts are set out in the Statement of Common Ground and elsewhere. The Council's position is clear as to the materiality of this. It is Council members, not officers, who make planning decisions. Council members were satisfied that the scheme was unacceptable for the reasons given. They were entitled to reach that conclusion, and that conclusion is supported by expert evidence to be given at the inquiry for the Council. Secondly, the appellant and others, it seems, placed reliance upon the Basildon Town Centre regeneration strategy, which was published by the Council in September of 2020. It's common ground that this publication does not comprise planning policy or guidance. It is not SPD, and it was prepared by the Council's regeneration team. We agree with the appellant that the document has no formal policy status or formal weight. And with regard to any informal status or weight, whatever that may mean, the Council has made clear that it is no longer pursuing that strategy and that a replacement is in the process of being prepared. And this will comprise part of the Council's evidence base to the local plan examination in due course. Thirdly, the Council is progressing its new local plan through examination. Modifications to the plan and its elevation and its evidence base are presently being considered by the Council. It's common ground that the emerging plan is of limited weight as a material consideration here. How that plan, its strategy and policies evolve in response to the local plan inspector, Mr. Griffiths' observations and generally, has yet to be determined by the Council, to be consulted on, and thereafter to be considered by Mr. Griffiths. However, we make clear that the future strategy for housing delivery and distribution in the borough and in Basildon Town Centre is a matter firmly within the remit of the local plan process and is not for rehearsal here. And fourthly, so in respect of more practical matters, a list of conditions is before you. That is to be revised shortly following comments received from you last week, and a planning obligation has been agreed. And if so, contrary to the Council's case, planning permission is forthcoming for this scheme, then it's common ground that any grant of planning permission should be subject to conditions reflecting those suggested together with a planning obligation. So those are the short opening submissions on behalf of the local planning authority.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. And if I can turn to Mr. Hill next, I think your openings have come through to me. Can I just check?
I hope they have, sir. I did ask that they be circulated to Mr. Salter at PINS and also to the key link points for the other parties as well. So hopefully they will have found their way through.
They have. I have them in front of me.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So these are the short opening submissions on behalf of my clients, Basildon Estates Limited. I compressed that to BEL. So as you know, BEL has applied for planning permission for a scheme known as Town Square North, which occupies the urban block immediately to the north of the appeal proposals under consideration at this inquiry, lying between St Martin's Square to the west and Brook House to the east, and which proposes mixed-use redevelopment and reuse of existing buildings to deliver approximately 500 units of housing alongside Class E and other associated development. BEL's planning application, just by way of context, was validated on the 29th of October last year with a target determination date of 18th of February 2021. And BEL, again, as I know you're aware, sir, eventually appealed earlier this year against the non-determination of its application by the council, and the public inquiry to determine that appeal will open in January next year. And last month, the council finally considered BEL's proposals and resolved upon putative reasons for refusal for that scheme. In the meantime, BEL sought and was granted Rule 6 status to participate in this inquiry, as it has formed the clear view, and I think a reasonable and sensible view, that the determination of the Orwell's appeal will require the principal parties to consider and deduce evidence in relation to, and the inspector user to weigh and reach conclusions on, a large number of matters which will also fall to be determined at the BEL inquiry in January next year. And again, as you know, at the same time, in another nearby part of the forest, Infrared, and I'll just refer to them as Infrared to make things straightforward and simple, also Rule 6 party to this inquiry, has applied for planning permission to redevelop a further tract of land within Basildon Town Centre, largely to the east and south of the present appeal site. And we understand that this scheme is also set for determination by planning appeal during the course of the early part of 2022. This, sir, is not a coincidence. Indeed, the fact that these three schemes for the redevelopment and reinvigoration of Basildon Town Centre have come forward in a similar time frame and with similar aspirations is the product of a lengthy process of engagement and collaboration with council officers and members, consultation with the wider public and key statutory and other consultees, and review by bodies such as the Essex Quality Review Panel. This process had been expected to bear fruit with the support of these three schemes by the council. The length of this process, its intensity, and the scale of support for these proposals meant that each application has had the opportunity to have regard to the other, and the council was well advanced with a regeneration strategy for Basildon Town Centre, which provided a supportive framework for their consideration. Regrettably, as we've already heard to some degree this morning, all this positive engagement ground to a halt with the election of a new political administration following the May 2021 Labour government elections. And the new administration has, since its election, set about undoing the progress of many years and casting adrift the schemes to which its predecessor had been giving active support until the early part of this year. As noted above, the basis for this volte-face by the council is now the subject of three appeals to be heard consecutively. The common theme, sir, is so central to the determination of each appeal that BEL considers it has little alternative but to participate in each. It was happy to support a conjoined inquiry, but that was not to be, for reasons which it's not necessary or fruitful to explore further this morning. However, sir, with your leave, BEL will seek to play a constructive role at your inquiry, focused solely upon key considerations of context and approach, which we say will inevitably inform and influence the outcomes of all three appeals, and where a common approach in these appeals must be regarded as desirable and fully aligned with the broader public interest in consistency in planning decision-making. BEL has accordingly taken a limited and focused approach to its evidence for this inquiry, drawing upon only two experts from its extensive professional team. We do not seek to duplicate or repeat the case for the appellant, but have a distinct evidential contribution to make, born of our very lengthy and detailed involvement in the great endeavour of delivering viable and effective regeneration to Basildon Town Centre. We do not, sir, as you will have seen, seek to consider the site-specific elements of the appellant's scheme, but confine ourselves to key elements of context and approach which do not, in our view, depend upon scheme specifics. And I mentioned merely as a footnote that there's no reason in principle, at least in my submission, while a Rule 6 party which is essentially supportive of the appellant's case should be afforded less of a role at an inquiry than one which opposes the allowing of an appeal and the grant of planning permission. The test, as I know you know very well, sir, should be the relevance of the Rule 6 party's evidence of submissions and not their character. I turn now to outline only briefly for the purposes of these short submissions the issues upon which BEL wishes to focus. And essentially these are threefold. First, the case for driving forward the physical and functional regeneration of Basildon Town Centre. Second, the capacity and need for Basildon Town Centre to accommodate new and tall buildings. And third, the case for delivering major residential-led mixed-use development at the heart of the borough in its town centre. So Ms Markham of Montague Evans and Ms Jones of RPS examined the existing condition of the town centre, which is essentially, as you will have seen, the product of its design and construction in the post-war period. The worn and tired fabric, the vacant and poorly performing units, areas lacking vitality and footfall, all contributing to their decline. But this is a multifaceted issue combining problems of design, physical fabric, function and connectivity. And the Council identified these problems as long ago as its master plan of 2012, if not before. But they remain very evident today, compounded in 2021 by further decline in the condition and appearance of the town centre, the erosion of traditional retail activity brought on by the online shopping revolution, and the continued absence of a critical mass of residential population within the town centre to assist in supporting its vitality. Within this context, Ms. Markham explains the history of the development of the town centre, its various phases, and in particular, the later arrival of Brooke House as an attempt to provide much sought after verticality in an era of post-war austerity, where the financial viability of tall buildings in places such as Basildon was highly restricted. Ms. Markham also explains that there is no evidence whatsoever that Brooke House was intended to function as a centrepiece, or that the master planners saw it as the pinnacle of Basildon's tall building aspirations, which could not be challenged or indeed complemented by other tall or taller buildings in the town centre. This is a part of the Council's case where the apparently desired propositional end is simply not supported by an examination of the evidence. Ms. Markham also reviews the changing form and nature of Basildon Town Centre, even over its relatively short life, by comparison, that is, with most town centres, and establishes that there's no basis for clinging to the past and allowing it to dictate the future. Our evidence also goes on to consider the capacity for new and taller buildings in the town centre. Indeed, in the context of new buildings, we note that the Council, as recently as 2018, granted itself planning permission and listed building consent for the major redevelopment of the area immediately east of Brooke House, in the face of opposition from heritage consultees. This was done in the broader interest of regeneration and in recognition of the outmoded nature of much of the area to be demolished in the context of present-day needs and town centre functionality. However, it's noteworthy that this development involved the destruction of one listed structure and the complete reconstruction of the sunken garden area east of Brooke House, which some consultees had regarded as central to Basildon's New Town movement heritage, but now has a decidedly 21st century feel, as so your site inspection will have confirmed, and I'm sure you went to look at that area when you did your tour of the town. So the final contextual theme, which I mentioned in these short opening submissions, is absolutely critical. The urgent need for new housing in Basildon and the unarguable good sense in capitalising on the sustainability credentials of the town centre by maximising the opportunity to locate new housing within the central area, a stone's throw from excellent public transport services, rail and bus, and surrounded by every other service and facility which a residential community could reasonably expect to require. This urgent need is not in dispute at the inquiry. The Council has no 5-year housing land supply and has failed the housing delivery test. Its local plan has been suspended for many months, with the inspector unhappy about the treatment of Basildon's housing needs. However, what must also be emphasised here, sir, is Basildon's status as a Greenbelt authority. What it cannot accommodate on brownfield sites, it must build, at least very largely, on highly valued Greenbelt land. Indeed, we understand in the recent past that Basildon made representations to a neighbouring Greenbelt authority, Brentwood, asking them to consider making provision for Basildon's unmet housing needs under the duty to cooperate on the basis that Basildon cannot do so itself without unacceptable harm to its Greenbelt. Thus, it submitted there's an absolute imperative on Basildon Borough Council, whose urban area was, in the 1950s, quite frankly, most generously carved out of the countryside, which is now designated as Greenbelt, to maximise its brownfield development opportunities. In relation to 5-year housing land supply, sir, we note, and I've touched on this already, a recent and considerable flurry of activity, which includes the publication of new 5-year housing land supply assessments by the council. Even overnight, a new statement of common ground has appeared. So, of course, the Court of Appeal has ruled that the quantum of a 5-year housing land supply shortfall should be assessed by a decision maker when the tilted balance is being weighed. So the scale of the 5-year housing land supply deficit is important, not merely the existence of one. However, it is accepted that a range will suffice. BEL does not seek to occupy a material amount of inquiry time on this issue where other parties do not wish to pursue these potentially time-consuming matters in detail. And accordingly, sir, as I've already indicated to you, we will consider the latest statement of common ground, the one produced overnight, and issue a note summarising our position as soon as we may. In conclusion, sir, BEL does not purport to have addressed all the matters which arise at this appeal, and in particular has not sought to address the details of the appellant's scheme. Nonetheless, it considers that this public inquiry should, on the basis of the evidence before it, reach clear conclusions about these three matters: the need to drive forward the physical and functional regeneration and indeed reinvention of Basildon Town Centre, the need and capacity for a substantial mass of new development in the town centre, including tall buildings, without historically inaccurate and unwarranted deference to Brook House. And third and last, the absolute imperative upon the council to maximise its opportunities to provide for its own acknowledged and urgent development needs on uniquely sustainable brownfield town centre sites, especially in the light of a stalled local plan, failure to achieve a 5-year housing land supply, and miserable housing delivery test performance, when the alternative to doing so is Greenbelt release. So those are my thoughts, and I've indicated already we will come back to you as soon as we may on the 5-year housing land supply issue in a way that I hope will be helpful to you and the other parties.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We'll now move on to Miss Hall for infrared. If you just bear with me a moment whilst I get your closing submissions. Sorry, opening submissions. I have those, Miss Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope my other learned friends have got a copy of this, and I'm sure they'll shout and wave if they haven't. So thank you. So Infrared attends this inquiry as a Rule 6 party, as the promoter of development on the nearby Eastgate site. Infrared's own development proposals were given the green light by the planning authority at committee, but permission was never finally issued. Infrared's scheme is now due to be determined by the inspectorate at some point in 2022. Both schemes represent new, denser and taller development in Basildon Town Centre, and together with what I refer to as the Marston scheme, but my learned friend Mr. Hill, I'll use his acronym of BEL, the BEL scheme have the potential to regenerate the town. The three appeals raise a number of cross-cutting issues, which this inspector will be the first to address. Namely, so firstly, the principle of increased height in the town centre, the extent of the council's 5-year housing land supply shortfall, the degree to which the town centre is likely to need to accommodate significant residential development in order to reduce the need for greenbelt release as part of the emerging plan, and finally, in that context, the weight to be afforded to the 2012 master plan and the 2020 regeneration strategy and master plan as material considerations. So given the potential importance of findings made by you for the determination of our own appeal, so we intend to address you on these cross-cutting issues only. Infrared is also available to assist you, sir, on any discussion of cumulative effects, should you find that useful. We do not present evidence on the design of this appeal scheme or its internal layout, for example, nor do we present an overall suggested planning balance to you, given that we don't supply a full range of evidence. So we will instead focus on the following key points in our case. First, even on the planning authority's case, the housing policies are out of date and the tilted balance applies. The claimed housing land supply is woeful, and even then we say it's likely to be a significant overestimate. The claimed housing land supply relies heavily on HELAR sites. HELAR is a plan-making tool. This is not a decision-making tool, and it is not itself an allocation. The planning authority's table provided to user falls well short, we say, of clear evidence, given the absence of any witness evidence on that point. The planning authority's housing requirement figure is on their own case, only going in one direction, and that is up. Not only is the global requirement going up, but the number of dwellings that need to be accommodated in the town centre is also, again, going up. On the planning authority's own case, many more units need to be found in the town centre. The 2012 master plan predates any up-to-date housing requirement and doesn't reflect the current likelihood of having to deliver at least an additional 4,200 homes in the town centre. It has been wholly superseded by events and should be afforded little weight. Accommodating homes in the town centre makes good sense. The alternative is the planning authority having to justify large-scale greenbelt relief. And there is no good reason to wait for a wholly plan-led answer to the town centre. The planning authority has had a number of attempts at a town centre master plan, none of which it appears to be happy with. We are now told that even the 2020 strategy is to be abandoned, and the planning authority wants again to go back to the drawing board. It doesn't make sense, so in our submission, to wait for this embryonic document to emerge. The need is pressing now, and no prematurity argument has been raised, and nor could it sensibly be. There is therefore a need to urgently find extra housing in Basildon, and the planning authority's own position statement suggests that the town centre can and should accommodate over 4,000 units. The only plausible policy constraint on height is the 2012 master plan, which is entirely out of step with the current housing needs and aspirations of the council. And in any event, as an SPD, could not lawfully amount to a development management policy. The current trajectory of providing lots of housing in the town centre requires height in order to deliver the numbers required. The planning authority's evidence that this is at odds with the new town design of the town centre, even if that is right, which we don't agree, needs to be seen in the context of a housing crisis, an urgent need to find additional units in the town centre. The townscape is not designated. In short, for the needs of today to be met in the way the council envisages, i.e. the town centre, and in a suitable location, there needs to be tall buildings. And detailed design arguments aside, there can be no in-principle objection to the scale of the appeal scheme. And so thank you very much. Those are my opening submissions.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I am aware of the time, but I'm not to break unnecessarily at this moment. As I indicated earlier on, one of Basildon councillors joined us, and if you'd now like to introduce yourself and address the inquiry, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Councillor Davida Ademwiwa, and I'm here today representing Basildon's residents, particularly the residents of St. Martin's Ward. I was elected as the representative in May 2020, and one of the issues that led to my election had to do with the development of these high-rise, high-density buildings in our town centre that the residents did not want. So what displeases the residents is that a lot of these plans are being imposed upon them. And developments like Orwell, which is around 28 stories high and high density, isn't what my residents want for the area, and it's not in line with their aspirations for Basildon or its town centre. Unfortunately, that's not a consideration being given by the developers who do not live in this area, who do not know the area, who have not really talked to the people of Basildon to find out their views. A lot of these plans that are being presented to you today have actually gone ahead under lockdown, where people were struggling with different issues to do with survival. They weren't properly consulted, they weren't properly engaged. And when I came into power, what we did was we had a consultation of the whole of Basildon, and it came back that Basildon's residents were wanting less ambitious plans in terms of the types of flats that were going to be built in the town centre. Now, Basildon is known as a high crime area. If you look at the statistics nationally, these particular high density plans are not going to help reduce the problems. They're going to exacerbate the problems. Now, as you probably know, the plans have been rejected twice by the officers as well as the planning committee. The second time it was rejected on design, the layout and the density of the building, which my residents also agreed to. Those plans are overbearing, though that particular building is overbearing for the location in which it's placed. It's just too overbearing for that area of the town centre. It's inappropriate and not in line with the current design of our town. Yes, and it overshadows everything that's around it. So it's like it takes over the whole town centre. And we believe that the town centre shouldn't just be for those people. Obviously we want a regeneration of our town centre. We want a mixture of offices, recreation, and people living in our town centre. But the town centre belongs to all of us as a community, and that is being taken away from us by such proposals. Everyone living in Basildon and even beyond know the challenges we've already had with Brook House, which is a 17-story high-rise building in our town centre, which is the Achilles heel of our town centre. It's the residents are the most neglected ones of the area in my ward. The building is run down. There's so many issues and vices known with regards to this particular building. So to bring another building, which is even higher, which has more density into the area, isn't going to solve the problem for those residents who are already there, who are already suffering the impact of such a proposal. And it's going to create more of what we are struggling to handle within the town centre. Yes, so my residents are of the view that this is going to ruin our town. It's going to turn it into a slum. We also know that there's not enough infrastructure to support the plans. I know that you're saying it's in the middle of a town. There's an easy transportation, but that's not the case when you live in this area. I live 3 minutes away from the town centre, and I know the impact of parking on the residents, lack of parking. So it's easy for people who don't live in the area to come up with these plans and impose them on the residents. But we're just appealing to you, Mr. Inspector, to please take the considerations of my residents into view. Yes, having these high-rise flats will only result in a downward mobility. We want to lift the people up, we want to lift the area up, and that's not going to be done by having these plans. They're just going to put the buildings there, dump the people there, and everything is just going to go down and down from there. And that is not what we want for the town, and that's not why I was elected. I've been elected to help build the community and to see that the community is transformed according to the aspirations of the residents of Basildon. Yes, so whatever is happening here is not going to mitigate the current problems that we have. Is going to exacerbate the existing problems in the area, as I've already mentioned. Like I said, the council consulted residents in July to find out what their aspirations was for the town. A clear majority said that their preferences were for flats below 0 to 6 stories high. And it's not necessarily to do with the heights of the building, it's to do with the density, how many people are living in that small space of our town center. I know that some people on the call here have said we need to build higher and we could build higher, but we're not considering the social impact, the social cost, because there's a cost to this. There's a social cost to this for Basildon and its residents, and even people who have moved in the area thinking that, okay, it's going to be a up and coming area, are already talking about moving out based on the plans and the things that are going on now through the plans that the developers are pushing forward. So I'm saying that it's not acceptable for developers who have no true links to this area to dictate the fate of Basildon's residents. The plans of such high-rise buildings are completely out of line with our ambitions for the town. The residents who have lived here for many years, whose children and grandchildren have lived here, do not want this. And so much is at stake. The future of the generations to come and the current people who are living here is at stake. Therefore, I'd like to appeal to the inspector to please consider what the council's officers, the planning committees views, and most importantly, the views of my residents and their aspirations. And if you could please reject this application and not impose this unwelcomed decision on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just ask you one question? You referred to being elected in May 2020. Was it
21?
21.
Yes.
I thought that was
yes. And it was on the basis of these flats. The residents didn't want the flats. They didn't want these developments, and a lot of these plans were being pushed along during the lockdown. Our views were not heard.
I've taken a very careful note of what you've said, so thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Linus, did you have any questions that you wish to put?
Sir, some of what's been said I can pick up with Mr. Harris and his evidence. Just want 2 questions clarification. First one, Councillor, I mean, you're aware, I presume, that contrary to what you said, this scheme has always been supported by officers. It's never been rejected or recommended for refusal by officers. Were you aware of that?
As far as I know, the last the 2 planning applications have been refused.
Yes, by members, but officers have always recommended approval. You're aware of that, or are you not?
What I was aware of was that when I spoke to the officer I spoke to, did not give me that impression.
Okay.
We can clarify that through your witness, I think, in terms of reference to committee reports.
Yes, very happy to do that, sir. And just the second short question. I think, if I heard you correctly, Councillor, you said that the scheme was 28 stories high. Is that your understanding of the scheme?
How high is it? You tell me how high it is.
Well, no, I'm just asking to check if your understanding.
I know that there's several flats. It's more than 17 stories high. It's higher than the particular. It's higher than Brook House.
Could I just clarify whether you're seeking to conflate the development proposals within Basildon Town Centre, or whether you're referring directly to the Orwell scheme on Market Square?
I'm talking about the Orwell one. And I know that I was there at the last, I can't remember the exact height, but I know it's higher than 17 flats. And I know it was several buildings, several blocks of flats, because I was at the last planning committee meeting.
Thank you. A clarification through Mr. Cafferty and his evidence, I think, his presentation and evidence.
Very happy with that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, anything? No. Miss Hall, anything?
No, sir, thank you. I think you've
No?
got on file points about what consultation did and didn't take place, so I'm not going to raise that through questioning.
That's fine, thank you. Can I just check whether Miss O'Donoghue has joined us? I'm just looking down the list. It doesn't look as though she has. That she did indicate that she wished to speak.
Hello,
As
yes,
we're
I am here.
Right, sorry, I couldn't see you on the list.
I think my camera's off actually.
Oh, right, my list is actually longer than what I can see on the screen.
Right. Yeah, no, my camera was off, sorry.
Can I just check, is everybody comfortable that we continue to hear Miss O'Donoghue now rather than breaking at this point? I think so, yes. I'm happy to hear from you. If you'd like to introduce yourself, please.
Hello, yes, hello everybody. My name's Angela O'Donoghue and I'm the principal of South Essex College. As many of you will be aware, the college has worked in partnership with Basildon Council and Homes England to bring about the development of the whole site behind Basildon Hospital, which included the old college campus. The development has been 10 years in planning and has resulted in many positive outcomes. In addition to the housing that's being built there, it's included an air ambulance landing site, a new primary school, relocation of equestrian centre, and the relocation of the old market in Market Square, alongside the development of our new digital technologies campus in the town centre, which opened in January 2021 this year. Our campus is a significant investment in the cultural and educational facilities in the area and has created a great deal of interest from young people, adults and employers, and is now offering programmes up to degree level for Basildon residents, and we have 400 students enrolled at that campus to date. The development of our new campus in the town centre was planned to be the first building in place to start the regeneration of that part of the town centre. It was supposed to be the market moved, the college would go in there, and then that would kickstart the regeneration of that part of the town centre. And that first building, our first building, was put in place with a plan to then stimulate further development surrounding the college in that part of the town. Following the acquisition of the Market Square site behind the college building by Orwell in January 2021, we have, with the encouragement of Basildon Council, worked closely with Orwell and their design team in the formulation of their mixed-use scheme to make sure it aligns with our scheme, its objectives, and also our own interests. We are, as a college, very happy with the final scheme that is the subject of this appeal, as it complements our own investment plans very well for a number of reasons. First of all, redeveloping an otherwise tired and largely vacant building, which backs onto our own building in the immediate setting of our building, and public realm in the Market Square. Replacing the building with high quality new building, which will add much needed visual interest and life to that part of the town centre, closely following the opening of our campus. Respecting our building and operations through the provision of appropriate access arrangements and other design measures. We are also discussing a complementary public realm scheme to link the two buildings together. Providing much needed footfall, vitality and activity for the town centre through the introduction of new business, community and retail space, plus the residential apartments. This will further enhance the safety and security of the immediate area, which will benefit our team and all of our students. The provision of modern and well-positioned workspace opposite our building, which will support the provision of new business and job creation opportunities in the town centre. This can also offer accommodation to support spin-off businesses created by our own students. This will support the retention and knowledge and value-added research undertaken in the college for the benefits of the economy and the social benefits of the town. Our biggest concern as a college is that the new college campus will remain as the only development in that part of the town, surrounded by old, poor quality buildings, which will remain underdeveloped, resulting in the college not achieving its ambition to attract up to 1,000 young people and adults into the town centre each week. This is an exciting time for Basildon Town Centre and the wider town, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Orwell team and Basildon Council in the delivery of, as far as we're concerned, a very welcome scheme, and we do strongly recommend this appeal to be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, any questions?
No, sir, I have no questions. There are one or two matters that I'll pick up with Mr. Lowndes in due course arising from that.
Thank you. So far as the two speakers were concerned, if you have written scripts that you wish to submit, then please do so for the record. Just before we break, as I indicated earlier, that there has been a letter submitted by an interested person asking for the letter to be read out at the inquiry, which I will do. So I'm assuming it's been copied to the parties. It came through Basildon Council. If it hasn't been copied, then no doubt it will be. The letter is, or the email is relatively brief. I would ask that this hearing rejects the proposed development in its current form, as the application, 1, has had a lack of public consultation and no regard to public objection. 2, fails on the proposed height of the development and the minimum size of the proposed dwellings. 3, fails to satisfy the demand for sufficient car parking spaces. 4, fails to make provision for the necessary upgrade to existing transport links. 5, fails to make provision for additional infrastructure for required healthcare. 6, has failed to engage in adequate safety consultation with the emergency services. And finally, 7, has serious objections from Essex County Council Highways. And again, if there's points there that the parties wish to deal with, then no doubt that can be dealt with through evidence in due course.
Sir, we haven't received that as yet, so obviously we'll receive that in due course, and as you've indicated, I can pick any matters up with my own witnesses. It would be great if it would be sent on to us.
Yes, thank you. That was Amanda Ficken from the council, and I think it was the 4th of November, enclosing or attaching the email, which was dated 30th of October. So I'd be grateful if the council could ensure that that is copied, please.
Sure.
I think I'm just checking that there isn't anybody else who wishes to speak this morning. Not that I'm aware of. I've not been notified. We'll take the mid-morning break on the basis that nobody has been continuously on the stand. I think it's sensible. I will take a shorter break. We'll come back at 12 o'clock, which then gives Mr. Cafferty his 45 minutes plus potential overrun to take us through to 1 o'clock, which will round off the morning nicely. So I'll adjourn now. Is there anything before I do, Mr. Linus?
Sorry, just to say that it may be helpful for Mr. Cafferty to share the screen for the purpose of his presentation, and he may just need to seek permission from Mr. Funnell as the host, but we can do that during the break so we don't waste time when we return.
That would be helpful. I think that's the most efficient way in terms of the presentation. Although I've got it, I think if he can share it and move us through it, that would be of great help. Thank you. I'll adjourn now till 12 o'clock.
Say test a bit. Test. 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 I've been remuted. Test.
Testing. Craig, can you hear anything?
Only camera
Yeah,
on
we
there.
can hear you loud. Just test that.
You can hear now?
Yes, that's correct. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Welcome back, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Do I have Mr. Hill and Mr. Edwards? Yes, I have Mr. Hill. Everybody is present. Yes, thank you. Before I hear from Mr. Cafferty, I've been emailed another letter sent through the council asking that this be read out at the inquiry, which I'll do now. And again, we'll arrange for it to be copied. I write these comments to the planning inspector with a heavy heart, having been a resident of Basildon for 50 years. I arrived here as a result of my parents' decision to leave London and their miserable, cramped, high-rise, high-density housing behind. Myself and many others have followed, and we are now a town of 185,000 people. However, we came to a well-planned town with all the infrastructure required to support it. This particular proposed development of hundreds of flats is the first of many to come forward in the town centre, where approximately 5,000 plus flats overall are planned, equivalent to a village. No two developments planned are being constructed by the same developer, meaning that each development is being considered singularly with no consideration to the overall impact. The current residents who are without a voice are those that will live with any impact, not the architects, planners, councillors, or indeed the planning inspectorate. It is becoming impossible to view any single development in the approximate 1 mile long town centre location without viewing them as a mega development requiring much closer scrutiny. The impacts are as follows and form the basis of my objection. Out of keeping, Basildon was designed as a low-rise town with only one iconic tall building in the town centre. It is formed nearly completely of small affordable housing with gardens. The impact of this dilution of the architectural plan and ethos for the town has not been adequately considered, especially the cumulative effect if the granting of one tower block development is setting a precedent for the remainder of the town centre. Design. The developer's design neither complements or contrasts effectively with existing brutalist architecture of the town centre. It is a lazy design crafted to maximise density and profit rather than enhance the space and the well-being of the public or residents alike. Culture and arts, relocation of the Flicker of Light public art mosaic to be within the development and inaccessible to the public is unacceptable, and the developer offers no recompense to the public for this loss of currently easily accessible art. Environmental impact. The scale of the development and its environmental impact is not offset in any meaningful way by the developer and will affect both new and existing residents detrimentally with its urban heat island effect. Light. The height and bulk of this development will detrimentally affect the light in the public spaces of the town centre. Parking. Several developments on the boundary of the town centre have already been built under the premise of not needing parking due to its proximity to transport hubs. This has proved to be false, and overspill parking is affecting existing housing areas detrimentally. This development will be and is the same. Rubbish disposal. The build-to-let nature of this development increases the likely turnover of residents. Turnover of residents creates large items which require disposal. There is no developer's strategy for dealing with this, and the existing residents in nearby streets are already blighted by fly tipping culture from other recent built-to-let developments. Schooling. This number of flats will generate a significant number of nursery and school-aged children. Local schools are already oversubscribed. Nearest senior school has 300 spaces and had 900 applications for those in 2021. Although Section 106 contributions may allow for a contribution towards places, it will not cover costs for a whole new school, school buildings, or land on which to build them, if this and other developments forming a new massive housing estate go ahead. Finally, medical. Same issues as schooling. Demand is already outstripping supply, both at the GP and hospital level, with 450 plus flats in this development, possibly generating 1,500 people requiring addition to existing GP GP surgery patient lists, the development has no strategy to alleviate this additional pressure and its effect on existing residents. And I say that if it hasn't been copied, it will be. So we can move on to Mr. Cafferty. Mr. Liness, do you wish to introduce him to the inquiry at this stage?
Yes, sir. If I may, I'll do that very briefly, recognising we will turn to Mr. Cafferty later. Can I check that you can hear me? We've changed the technical arrangements in this room, but I trust you can still hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yes, thank you very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll introduce Mr. Cafferty. Can I check that he can switch his camera on, please, so you can see who you're supposed to be looking at, sir? There we are. So I should say from now on, when a witness is hearing for the appellant, it will be under the witness camera that you see on the screen. I'll introduce Mr. Cafferty. You're David Cafferty. You're a director of HLM Architects, and you were not involved directly in the design of the appeal scheme, which was designed by Swap Architects. Swap Architects was formed in 2016 by Matt Ward, an architect who previously worked at HLM. And you've been asked by the appellant to conduct your own assessment of the appeal scheme. You say in your proof that you have been responsible for the leadership of much of HLM's work in the housing and regeneration sector. Your experience gained over approximately 35 years post certification. And in your proof, you give a list of projects in which you played a leadership role, including the Brentford Lock regeneration. And you say that current projects which are involved include the master planning and design of the new district centre, the Kettering urban extension. Are all those details correct, Mr. Cafferty?
Yes, all of these details are correct. And
Thank you
can
very
you hear
much.
me okay as well?
I can hear you clearly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now, as we indicated before, Mr. Cafferty, I think what we're going to try and do is to share your screen to give the presentation. Is that something that we can set up to allow you to proceed? There we are.
Full screen view. Okay, Scott, I think I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. Now, this isn't, as I've indicated to the Inspector Evidence in Chief, this is a presentation which won't be interrupted by me. So after that introduction, I'll let you go, Mr. Cafferty.
Okay, well, good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. As Mr. Linus has said, I'm David Cafferty, a director of HLM. So I am going to do a broad introduction to the scheme. It's not that good. I'm sorry for that. So just to introduce the scheme, I'm going to carry out this presentation primarily as a general introduction to the scheme, but also just done in such a way as to touch upon the main issues that are at large in this inquiry. I will also seek to work with the timescales as set down, 45 minutes as I understand it. So broadly, quickly, the content of this presentation. We'll go through the scheme in context. The context has obviously been a critical element of the matters in this inquiry, and so we will accordingly consider the way the context has informed the design approach. We'll then go through some of the particular areas of the design that again are at large in this inquiry, and we'll just finish on the issue around landmarking the town and how that should be done. So what we're going to do firstly is a quick walk through the specific context of the scheme, looking at the key spaces around about the development where the scheme will be primarily experienced, as it were. So starting off at St Martin's Square, I think everyone is in this inquiry will be familiar with the the broad context. Obviously, St Martin's Square sits to the northwest of the site, and the photographs you see in front of you effectively, show what is a large square. I think, from my perspective, it could certainly benefit from some greater animation and enclosure, which we will look how the scheme does that. But we also see some of the qualities that have quite rightly been pointed out by Mr. Lowndes in his evidence, some of the qualities of the existing buildings, of the repetitive fenestration patterns, etc. Again, we will later look at how those have been embraced in the design approach. We see within that the verticality of some of the key elements on the existing building in particular. And we also see St Martin's Church there. Again, a kind of predominantly lower scale building, but designed around a series of horizontal configuration of vertically proportioned elements. Moving on to Town Square, sitting now to the north and east of the site. What I think is plain to see from the photographs that it is a somewhat tired environment, but now in 2021, there is clearly a lack of quality in the retail offer. There's a series of boarded up frontages and pretty tired buildings. And quite interestingly, I think you see the more contemporary insertion of some modern structures, essentially to kind of try and fill and animate those, the new town spaces that were created in a very generous way. And I think that betrays, in my opinion, that the lack of animation, which is clearly more and more experienced in the town. That's fine. So again, we will just move on to Market Square to the south of the site. Obviously, Market Square has been it's been changed through the insertion of the new college building. Market Square was a longer linear space along the southern boundary of the building. The insertion of the new college has definitely added something positive and contemporary to that space. But I think we can see, and we can see also the improved public realm that's been created. You can see the opportunity there in the image to the right, for example, and there's the beginnings of a quite dynamic space being formed by the new building. But that the existing buildings on the appeal scheme site are the element that lets that space down. And you can see how really there's an opportunity to bring that space to life, and that will enhance the way the new public realm is working. And perhaps on where we see the image in the middle of St Martin's Square, the view to St Martin's Square, you can see how again there's very poor legibility in urban design terms, connecting the south and the railway station environs up to the north and St Martin's Square. And again, it's just, I think there's a general picture of it, Basildon in 2021 being a somewhat tired environment that is essentially crying out for regeneration. So I think in summary, looking at all of that, there's broadly a poor sense of place really, and the existing building is playing a significant role in that poor sense of place. And just slightly further afield, I think it's worth touching on the broader context. You do now see around the town centre, there's been a lot of development that's taken place. There's a wide range of building typologies and characters. There's certainly a lack of any singular character, but I think what you can say in summary here, that there pretty much nothing that has been built since the original new town is at all reflective of what in this inquiry has been described as the new town character. So there clearly is in the last 50 years, there's a lack of anything that has taken the leads of the new town architecture and sought to develop the Basildon town centre in that way. But obviously, Basildon did have an original, very positive heritage. No one is suggesting that that isn't the case. The New Town movement was a very exciting movement of the time, and I think it is important that the design embraces some of the key elements, unlike pretty much or really all of the buildings that have been built since that original inception. And I think as such, SWAP did very much embrace the character of Basildon, and that's been a long, collaborative and extensive process. And I think it starts with the understanding of the spatial framework that was originally created in that New Towns era. And it is important to understand the generosity of that spatial framework around the appeal scheme site. We've just carried out some very kind of simple illustrations of the spaces. St Martin's Square, as its smallest dimension, because it extends in different directions, but its smallest dimension is 90 by 55 metres. Town Square is 180 metres long by 33 metres tall. And Marketplace was 45 by 105. Now, obviously that's been shrunk slightly because of the new college building, but again, it's still a very generous and consistently generous spatial framework around the appeal scheme site. This image, I think, is fair to say, is probably a good reflection of the New Town vision at its outset and its bold ambition. And I think what we and the SWAP team have been very keen to do is actually understand how that comes about in the first place. And in my view, it's very much about that fourth bullet point there, the whole form follows function philosophy of that modernist era. The modernist era, as I've explained in my proof, was, again, it was the international style. It wasn't a style that was informed by context that came before it. It was something that went out into its own brave new world and did something that was entirely uninformed by context, but created a bold vision for a new future, as it were. But we see the form follows function ethos running through this image. That's the verticality introduced by Brookhouse in terms of form, an entirely logical expression of form because of the way that residential apartments group themselves around vertical transportation in the form of lifts, and therefore you get vertical form, whereas the shops at street level are very much a product of the street level function of shops and the ancillary spaces that they're providing them with. So what we see is that is this vertical versus horizontality, the vertical of Brookhouse and the horizontality created by the form of the shops. And then at the end of the day, what you end up with is a balanced composition. And I think in that original vision, I think they would all agree that's quite a pleasant vision that you get from that particular image. However, society doesn't stay still, and places change and evolve. And I think in this image, you can see the fundamental change in the character that has already taken place in Basildon Town Centre. Again, you've still got this issue of form following function. The new development you see on the left there, I believe was originally consented as an office development, and so obviously has fundamentally changed the character in respect of removing the emphasis of the horizontal form of the lower buildings. That has actually now been converted through permitted development, I understand, into residential buildings, which only goes to show again the lack of viability for commercial functions at the higher level, and therefore the form follows function thing continues to be expressed essentially because only the residential function would work viably at those upper levels. But obviously we must, in looking at the context, examine Brookhouse, and obviously that's what SWAP did to a very substantial degree. again, I think it is a very beautifully balanced composition. The horizontal panels at the spandrel level clearly provide strong horizontality to the overall composition. The vertical form provides the balance to that. And the bay windows effect actually work at both a horizontal and the vertical level because they can be read in both ways. But the bottom line is that what you end up with is a well-balanced composition and a very good quality building, and that's obviously reflected in its listing. But again, I think just to note that what a good architectural process does, and we'll go on to see how SWAP have done that, is it takes the best of its context and it uses the best elements to inform, not replicate, the new design. So it doesn't take all of the elements, it takes the best of them. In Brook House, again, you can see there's no balconies and no amenity. A different era of building, but it's still a valuable building and valued by all despite those two facts. Now this image you see before you, I think, of East Walk probably is reflective of, well, it conveys a lot about Basildon Newtown and a lot about the design actually of the appealed scheme as well. And I think it's very instrumental in the way it has informed the scheme. We see here the two-storey base, composed of a rhythm of vertical components. We see how all the time horizontal form balances vertical elements. We see the regular fenestration patterns that have been referred to by Mr. Lowndes and Mr. Dealey. We see how that expresses the grid of the building. So there's a truth and honesty about the structural configuration and how that's expressed. And you see it, and you see the framing of various elements, and the frame, the overall frame is aesthetic rather than punched hole, again as pointed out by Mr. Lowndes, and you see the framing of elements. It is just worth noting perhaps at this point though that kind of framing isn't really technically feasible in 2021 for environmental performance reasons, but I won't go into that in any significant detail at this stage. So, okay, well, just now I'd like to move on to how the scheme begins to respond to both the spatial framework issues that I've identified and also how it's developed an architectural response that is very sensitive to and informed by its context. So first and foremostly, the appeal scheme is designed to, one, connect and landmark the town centre and railway station, and two, animate and make legible the routes. And this diagram here obviously shows two key routes that connect the railway station, which does and should lie at the centre of thinking about how the scheme should connect the station to the town centre, because obviously planning policy suggests that what we need to do is build up densities around the train station and make it easier for people to use public transport. So the scheme is looking to respond to that kind of key ethos. So we can see the two key routes going north-south, connecting both Town Square and St Martin's Square from the station, and how the scheme begins to take an animated form that begins to make those journeys both interesting and legible. I'm going to touch here just on the initial kind of scaling proposal. So the built form and scale, in my view, is a clear, logical and appropriate response to the spaces and the routes that I've just described. The largest element at 17 stories directly faces onto St Martin's Square. It is the largest individual space, and it is a space that in my view does clearly need better enclosure and better animation. And I think the image we saw at the beginning explains how the scheme does that very successfully. And again, you can see a series of elements adopted where the roofscape takes a very interestingly broken down form to create an interesting roofscape. And the second element addresses Market Square, which again, I think, again, just looking at this image, I think you see a very happy scale relationship between the spaces on plan and the elements of the building. In no way or sense do you see any of these elements being overbearing on the scale of those spaces? It's simply not the case. Placemaking. Scheme clearly brings a much needed community, a residential community into the town centre. You know, society has learned since the days of the new towns that town centres need people to live in them. They need that for reasons of animation, making them 24 hours a day places. There's any town centre that doesn't have a residential content becomes dead at night and becomes a dangerous environment, and it can feel very unsafe, and it can be very unsafe. And I think there's an element of that there already, and I think this is the type of development that will bring an end to that type of problem. So what we see then is again a clear urban design function for each of the key elements: animation to and placemaking to all of the surroundings, introducing that residential amenity. And again, I think if you just look at the illustration on the left, you see that type of environment does not exist in Basildon Town Centre as a residential oasis, and you can clearly see there's a strong level of interest created at street level. And just to finish on the massing, I think it's also important that the scheme has paid proper respect to the existence of Brook House, stepping down consistently along the town square edge towards Brook House, such that the element at the north east corner is, i.e. the corner closest to Brook House, is significantly lower than Brook House itself. While the taller element, of course, is slightly taller than Brook House, but it is landmarking the town and at the connection between the station and the town and the retail core of the town centre, exactly where we should be landmarking. Much has been said around the derivation of architectural character. I think it's really important to just reference how the scheme has properly been informed by a very detailed and thorough contextual analysis, in my view. This image, I think, we have used, I think, is very illustrative, and we referred to earlier. It's very illustrative of some of the great qualities of the golden age of Basildon, because I think here you can see a number of things that have informed the design. You see the original, I don't know if you can see my cursor there, you can see the ziggurat form that you will see was part of the design development process. In the design, you see the East Walk frontage, obviously, which is a horizontal extrusion of vertical elements, framing this kind of streetscape with its true expression of structure. You see Brook House, which is obviously at the heart of the town and obviously should be the heart of any contextual analysis process. And you see the strong sense of kind of framing elements that were used to create an aesthetic balance. So moving on, just to look at both of these illustrations are either from the DAS or from further material provided in the rebuttal, but you can see how that view in East Walk, has been taken and broken down by SWAP. They identify the banding on the bottom left-hand corner, the ziggurat form, not only on East Walk, but actually on Brook House in the bay window form as well. You see the framing elements that are extensively used. But that study, as we note in the top left there, the studies covered aspects of scale, form, hierarchy, order, organization, materials, and layering. So a very detailed contextual analysis. The first move in the design development for the first part of the design process actually took the ziggurat element as featured from both East Walk and Brook House and really developed that as part of a highly contextualized language. And I think a very appropriate design response. We'll see later how actually the design did move on, but I think it was a very well-informed and intelligent piece of design in that first instance. We'll see then again how although much of the buildings have got the lower form, they're always balanced by verticality. So there's a repetitious nature of vertical elements, and but the bottom line is always seeking out that element of balance in order to create beauty. So the design for that first 2 or 3 months, essentially in following the ziggurat or zigzag format through the plan and the elevation, was looking to achieve a modernist balance. But I think it's fair to say that while it has been rigorously informed by Basildon's heritage, I think it's fair to say that it was still producing a more vertical expression on an already vertical set of building forms that were maybe therefore just lacking in that modernist balance. So when the scheme took the scheme to the quality review panel, I think it's fair to say that the scheme was actually very well received in pretty much every respect. There was, however, the comment that was made by the QRP, and I'll just read from the quote. It said, both the Council's own Master Plan 2020 and the 3 development proposals coming forward should promote the character and heritage of Basildon. We will be interested to see how this layer of consideration can be enhanced. So I think despite the fact that the scheme had always been, and from the outset, very highly contextually referenced and contextually informed, SWAP in good faith went away and embarked on further detailed analysis. So now what I'm going to go through here is just kind of quickly summarize how that extra layer that the QRP were talking about was very comprehensively developed and rigorously developed by SWAP in their design process. So I think we just need to consider kind of 3 main elements of the design. Those are the residential fingers. They are the building base, the base of the building, i.e. the building is perceived at street level, and in particular in that respect, the pavilions. So those 3 key elements, I think, were then studied in more vigorous detail to look at how greater distinctiveness or local distinctiveness could be applied to the design of the buildings. And that went back to Brooke House to kind of research and look in more detail about how the horizontality there brought about the balance that it created to counterbalance the vertical form. So there was a detailed study of how the horizontality was achieved through the spandrels, and that then resulted in a series of sketch investigations, all designed to seek out that all-important balance. So at that stage, it was concluded, therefore, to remove the ziggurat form, despite it being a strongly contextual approach, and it was as it was creating the verticality really that was proving difficult to achieve the balance. So the idea at that point was then to move to a more literal interpretation of the particular qualities of the horizontal banding of Brooke House. And here you can see how this horizontality begins to manifest itself. If you look at the upper levels here, you can see the strength of the detailing and a greater prominence attached to that horizontal banding. I think it's quite interesting that the detail is actually very reflective at a much more smaller detail level than the precedent we looked at East Walk. The horizontality being created by the continuous expression of vertically aligned elements. In this case, it's just brickwork, but again, effectively, it's a horizontal composition of a series of vertically aligned elements, exactly in the way that the spirit and the ethos of that modern aesthetic going back to the original days of Basildon. And I think you can also see in the image on the left that there is a clear expression of the frame. So this is not trying to ape or copy the framing aesthetic of 1960s Basildon, but it is very much taking the ethos. And you see the large format structural openings and creating the expression of the grid is very much reflective of the framed character of the building, and the same structural honesty as is manifested in the original modernism. So, and again, you can see the detail in the bottom right-hand corner. All of that detail was developed in a great deal of detail was considered in order to come up with a nice, simple, organized aesthetic that is very reflective of the modernist idiom. So we have simplified and strengthened two-story base. We have strengthened horizontality above, repetitive fenestration pattern reflecting the context, and a two-story base in reference to the context as well. All of these are qualities that are brought up in the character analysis carried out by Mr. Lown. Moving on, I'm going to now look in more detail at the base. So that again, there is a move to a two-story base. The base hadn't been 2 stories before. And I think the reason for that was, again, the limitations imposed by the ziggurat structure. The design was able to be moved on to, again, a much more literal. You can see the relationship between the strength of the vertical elements here and the strength of the vertical elements on East Walk conceptual study. So again, all of that is a clear reference to East Walk. And we have a simplified and strengthened 2-story base, strengthened horizontality above, repetitive fenestration patterns, all the same things. And again, you can see how the studies on the bottom left-hand corner were absolutely used to inform that move and in reference to what is locally distinctive. And again, I'll just, it's essentially, you know, the base is now highly reflective of that East Walk precedent. Again, you can see how all of the detail has been very carefully considered to make sure the quality is then translated into the construction. Moving on to the last of the 3 key elements is the pavilions. The pavilions are, of course, part of that streetscape level of the building. But again, I think you can see how those were evolved in reference to the framing qualities that, again, we saw on that key image of East Walk and observed extensively in the contextual analysis. So the pavilions were conceived as a way to create a lively and animating streetscape. They bring life to the streetscape. I think they're a very clever element. They do break let's say the continuous frontage, but as we also saw in more recent Basildon, that's already extensively done. And I think it creates a very interesting and animating streetscape. The framing elements are quite clearly, again, derived from a detailed contextual study, and I think will create great additions to the streetscape. And over and above that, SWAP took the decision to look at how the artistic heritage of Basildon could also play a role in informing the design of these pavilions. So the pineapple element by William Mitchell was the kind of key element that was embraced to look at how materiality and detailing of that materiality could evoke that really important and distinctive character of Basildon. And I think you can see just how, again, you get the framing elements. I'm just using my cursor again around the pavilion, very strong framing element, but running through it is the continuous verticality of the fenestration elements and the piers. So again, exactly all of the same qualities as we saw in the modernist architecture. And again, just a little further note again on the framing of elements, the continuous vertical expression within that, the innovative materiality reflecting the artistic heritage, and very carefully considered detailing. So just moving then to the final scheme at this stage. In my view, this group of images conveys a design which is harmonious with its context and provides interesting streetscapes and the all-important great sense of place, which clearly the existing site does not convey. So running through the key spaces again, we'll start at St. Martin's Square. Now we see again a bold piece of modern architecture. I think the modernists would have been proud of this particular set piece view, because again, it's taking a very bold approach to a very large space. I think we can see how there's a very positive relationship with both St Martin's Church and the Campanile. Obviously, the Campanile in itself is not of a modernist character. It's neo-Gothic in its styling, but it's also seeking to introduce verticality. And I think, again, the new design does that very successfully, working with the Campanile to help provide overall balance. And of course, the roofscapes are again, I think, very interesting, albeit also being flat roofs reflective of the local character. Looking now at Town Square from what was previously a fairly dead environment, which lacks any animation, we see the square being brought to life. So we can see improved and animated public realm. We see an eventful street full of visual resource. We see the pavilions evoking Basildon's artistic heritage, and we see the verticality of the base and the balanced composition above, all fundamentally in line with the distinctive character of Basildon's important heritage. We look at Market Square, in this case looking westwards, we begin to understand that all-important relationship with the new college building. I think that will become a very dynamic space. I noted importantly in my proof of evidence that the college has a through entrance, so there will be movement in and out of the college building as well, although its main entrance also, of course, faces the station. You see the BTR entrance being the heart here, the only two-storey space in the scheme, that thereby giving it clear prominence on the streetscape. And again, you just see the verticality, you see the horizontal banding, you see the grid expression as an honest expression of the construction of the building, and then you see how the alternating glazed and solid panels within the overall visual aesthetic of the frame, providing some further rhythms and balance, exactly again the same way as the compositions in modernist architecture. So again, just looking at that, the south elevation. So again, we can see the whole idea of the two-storey base, the rhythms, the continuous spandrels, the regular fenestration patterns, etc. And you may note that I've used here exactly the same bullet points which I use when examining the important reference material of the East Walk image. So each of these bullet points are exactly the same, and they're exactly the same for good and justified reason, because they all fed into the design. The section through the podium, again, I think just provides a nice kind of summary overview of the scheme. We can see how the interesting roofscape provides visual resource, how the well-protected and overlooked amenity gardens bring a very unique amenity environment to Basildon Town Centre, one that doesn't exist. And you can see how the parking and service, the parking servicing is all removed from the street scenes. And so it just helps us to understand the scheme as a whole, this particular image. And I think it's important to just look at the scheme as we experience it at street level, how the scheme presents itself to the all-important approach from the station. And you can see there how it provides two key landmark elements, reflecting the two important routes that we talked about earlier on the three-dimensional studies and the concept massing studies. So we have strong and well-articulated form, which landmarks routes from the station and provides an appropriate visual resource from the station. And I think, again, a very interesting and quite balanced composition, especially with the horizontality of the new college building, which again we see in this image here, which we move to the eastern edge of Marketplace. Again, you can see how they improve the building's landmarking functions, its form and massing, as well as all of the excitement that the various elements bring a much better visual resource and bring a much better sense of legibility to the town centre. And obviously the now reduced Market Square exists to the east of the college building. So I will now, having explained what I believe the key elements of the way the scheme was conceived and its built form and architecture, we'll just again run through the key elements of the facilities and what the scheme provides. So the ground floor plan, I think, again, just looking at it diagrammatically, you can see the extensive achievement of continuous retail edges, a highly energetic form in the plan, I think creates a very interesting streetscape with lots of visual resource. The BTR entrance at the heart of the southern facades works with its new urban space, with all the servicing behind. Obviously, the important incubator space is an important resource that I think will become of increasing value to the college, and hopefully through the life of the building there will be a great interaction between the kind of startups that might occupy that space that are also part of the college. The amenity level, as we describe it, again, the amenity level sits at the heart of the scheme. From the main entrance at street level, we come through the amenity and across the courtyards into the two residential buildings on either side, or just enter from the central building. So we have two cores per block on every level, giving direct access to the apartments above. The pavilions actually provide a nice shelter to the amenity spaces. And again, I think what we see is a very rational and well organized set of spatial planning of the buildings. Further external amenity is provided to all blocks at the upper levels. This diagram just shows one of those, but every single block has an amenity level. It's got its own little bit of amenity level, internal amenity level of the core as well. So again, the views and the access to that green space that overlooks the views across Basildon and across Essex, I think will be great spaces to occupy. So again, I think a fantastic effort's been made to create really good amenity space. And again, just the last one, again, you can see the roof plan, again, a highly articulated set of buildings, creating a very interesting composition and visual resource to the town skyline. Touching on the apartment plans, I've dealt with this extensively in my proof, but all of the required spaces, as taken from the best practice design guidance, namely the development plan as derived originally from the London Housing Design Guide, all of the spaces and the facilities within those spaces, i.e. things like the kitchens and the circulation spaces, etc. All of these comply with the detailed requirements of the London Plan and its originator, the London Housing Design Guide. Obviously, you will get different furniture configurations and different people will lay out the apartments in different ways, but fundamentally they're very well proportioned and very highly functional apartments in my view. So again, just the same can be said for the two-bed apartments. Getting towards the end, I think it's important just to look, this inquiry has looked at the legibility issues around the entrance. From my perspective, there's good, strong legibility, and there's a great arrival experience for the residents of the building. The improved marketplace creates a strengthened route to the town square. The new college building, I think, complements the form of the existing buildings, counterbalancing them. And then as we come to the arrival sequence, we've looked at this image already, but you've got the clear legibility of the two-storey space, a coherent urban place in conjunction with the college building, and a strong architectural base creates a clear legibility to the streetscape. A view of the entrance, from that new dynamic space in the college building, which is its own through entrance. I believe that's a very positive spatial sequence from the surrounding town. We know that we enter into a two-storey space at street level. We have a very easy route through the one flight of stairs up into the amenity space, and obviously the Geoffrey Clark art. Excuse the spelling of court there. It should be Clark clearly, but his mosaic is a clear feature in the building, having been removed from the northern facade. We go through the amenity space. This is again a well-used and I think well-trusted model. Bring you through the amenity space, encourages communities, encourages people to meet, sit down, have a chat with your neighbours, and it's centrally located and it's part of the natural journey of going to your building. And that's the fundamentally important bit. And obviously, being a BTR building, there's a range of services and facilities that are available at that point. We then have the opportunity to go through the gardens to your own individual core. Of course, you have shelter, but they're well protected gardens. There'll be a lovely green amenity space that doesn't exist anywhere else in Basildon. And obviously in your daily journey, and I think everyone post-pandemic actually enjoys the opportunity to do a few extra steps. I know I do. So, so the journey through the courtyards, I think, will be a very pleasant moment in the day. So having gone across the courtyard, you then have the choice of two cores. If you're going to the northern part of your apartment finger or the southern part, you choose the appropriate core. You use the lift to get to your appropriate level, and you have a maximum journey of 15 meters when you get to your apartment level. So again, it's all the journey itself. It's full of well-being. It's full of daylight and sunlight. The journeys at the floor levels, although there is no natural light in the corridors, it's a very short journey. Actually very short, typical for this building typology. There's a great arrival experience in the flat because the open plan nature of them, you get the benefit of the view directly out. So you're seeing your view immediately on arrival through your front door, which again, I think creates a great moment and all adding to, I think, what is a very nicely conceived journey. You have the opportunity to use amenity at the upper levels too. Yes, there is a slight difference in travel journey because clearly you have to go to the core that serves the tallest part of the building. It's around about 20 meters differential, and I really don't see that as any issue affecting anyone's lifestyle. But what you do get there is you get the benefit of gardens with amazing views out over the countryside and the town in general. And just to close, again, I think it's really important to note that development needs to reflect the needs of society. A town centre needs to evolve in a way that allows it to embrace the requirements of evolving societies. Society has moved away from the car. The old location of Brook House was there at the very centre of the town, so that it could be seen essentially from people arriving by car, and then they would park their cars in the very generous allowance of car parking around the town that's been there for almost since the inception of the new town. We are hopefully moving away from cars, and we're hopefully moving towards an urban design and a town centre that is reflective of modern society. We can see from the Station Environs location how even the college building is now removing the visual connection between Brook House and and the Station Environs. And so again, I think it's clearly my perspective that what we need to have is Basel needs to be able to change and evolve in a way which landmarks the parts of the town which really need to be landmarked, and that's the station environments, and therefore then create visual connections to the town from that all-important location. And I think that is me.
Thank you, Mr. Cafferty. Mr. Linus, did you wish to say anything?
No, I was just putting my camera on to recognise that the presentation finished, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, is there anything before I adjourn for lunch? No, if not, it's coming up to 5 to 1, so we'll resume at 2 o'clock for evidence in chief from Mr. Dealey.
Sure.
Thank you very much. The inquiry is now adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Are there any housekeeping matters before we hear the council's first witness? No, if not, then just bear with me a moment. Mr. Edwards, I'll then invite you to call your first witness, please.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, sir. The first witness for the local planning authority will be, as I've indicated, Mr. Deely. I can see that Mr. Deely is on the screen. So just for your benefit and others, Mr. Deely and I are in the same building. We're in my chambers, so Mr. Deely will be giving his evidence from a separate room to the room that I will conduct the examination in chief from.
Thank you.
So far as documents are concerned, sir, you'll need the full complement of Mr. Deely's evidence. And can I also just invite you to have available either in printed copy or electronically a few other documents. The first of those will be Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof.
Yes.
And it would also be useful, sir, to have to hand the original design and access statement, core document C11. And also the design and access statement addendum, core document C34.
Thank you. I have those to hand.
And then lastly, sir, you received by email, I hope this morning, some additional extracts from the London Housing Design Guide. So they were sent to you and to others.
Yes, they're to hand as well. Thank you.
Good. So with your permission, what I propose to do is to formally introduce Mr. Deely by reference to his main proof of evidence. And then, so if it's acceptable to you and others, I wasn't proposing to ask Mr. Deely to read out any sections of his summary, but just deal with a number of topics, which I hope will reflect the main points in issue between the parties.
Indeed, I'm content with that. Thank you.
Indeed. I'm just going to pause for a moment. There seems to be some technical issue going on. Mr. Deely, can you hear me and are you ready to go?
Just wondering whether Mr. Deely can hear you.
Yes, I'm just wondering the same thing, sir. Yes.
No, can you hear me, Mr. Deely?
Well, no, not really. I've got all the stuff on here.
We can hear you.
I'm just going to do it on the headphones, I'm afraid. Yeah, but I haven't got their sound.
Now, is that working better? I'm not very optimistic, actually.
Yeah. Okay. No. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, but you can hear us clearly now, can you?
I can. Yeah. Yeah.
Just check, Mr. Edwards, that you can be heard as well.
Well, I can hear Mr. Deely. Mr. Deely, can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I can hear everyone. We just had a bit of trouble between the two systems in the room here. So
that's fine. Well, I think we're all set on that basis then.
Okay.
So you have a main proof of evidence, a revised rebuttal proof sent on the 1st of November from Mr. Deely, and also a summary proof.
That's correct.
Mr. Deely, good afternoon. Could I introduce you, please, to the inquiry by reference to section 1 of your main proof of evidence? Do you have that?
I do.
Mr. Deely, you're Neil Deely. You are by profession an architect. And so far as your qualifications are concerned, you confirm in paragraph 1.4 of your proof that you have a degree, a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours in architecture and a postgraduate diploma in architecture from the University of Brighton. Is all that correct?
That's correct.
In paragraph 1.7 of your main proof, you confirm that you are a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects and have been a contributor to the Building for Life assessment tool for housing design quality, and you are a trained assessor in respect of that tool. Is that all correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Indeed. You say in paragraph 1.2 that you are co-founder of the Metropolitan Workshop which you founded in 2005, which is an architectural practice specialising in urban design and architecture of residential-led mixed-use projects. Again, is that all correct?
That's correct.
Your career history before co-founding the Metropolitan Workshop in paragraph 1.2 and 1.3. Again, is that all correct?
Correct.
And then please, paragraph 1.6, confirm that you are involved in the independent assessment of design quality in the planning process through various roles, including the chair of the London Borough of Newham, Harrow, Croydon, Barking and Dagenham design quality panels, and also the vice chair of the London Legacy Development Corporation design and quality review panels. Again,
that's correct. Correct.
Mr. Dealey, just to help the inspector, please, with your professional experience of build-to-rent schemes, have you been involved in build-to-rent schemes, and if so, in what capacity?
Yes, I've been involved in build-to-rent schemes, both in terms of the practice that I co-founded, but also in terms of reviewing them through the number of different design review panels that I chair.
And could you give the inspector some examples, please?
Well, to name three, one is at Fresh Wharf in Barking and Dagenham, where we designed in the region of 200 built-to-rent homes for Countryside Properties and Notting Hill. Another was the design of the Carpenters Estate Master Planning, 2,100 homes, 50% of which would be built-to-rent. And another, in terms of my capacity as chair of the design review, was for Red Door Ventures at East Ham.
There's some...
I catch all of those.
Sorry, Mr. Linus.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. President. I didn't quite catch all of that description.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Linus. I'm going to ask Mr. Dealey just to encapsulate those points again in a moment, Mr. Linus. Mr. Dealey, there's a little feedback when you are speaking into the microphone. I think it's when you're moving papers around on your desk, and I doubt there's anything you can do about that. Perhaps you just bear that in mind when you're that I put to you and the questions from others. So for Mr. Linus's benefit and others, could you just very briefly identify again, I think it was 3 particular schemes comprising build to rent development that you have been involved in, and confirm what your capacity of that, your capacity was in terms of that?
The first example is at Fresh Wharf in Barking Dagenham for Countryside Properties and Notting Hill. Second is for the Carpenters Estate for Populo Living. The third is for Red Door Ventures at East Ham Market.
And your capacity in terms of your involvement in Carpenters Estate and East Ham Market, was that as a designer or architect? Or was
the Carpenters as architect and East Ham Market as chair of Newham's design review panel.
Good, thank you. Mr. Dealey, you can put your main proof of evidence section 1 to one side, please. Mr. Dealey, there are 6 topics that I would like your assistance with, please, which reflect the main points of contention between the council and the appellants. Topic 1, please, accessibility and the resident's journey. Now, by way of introduction to your evidence on that topic, can we turn together to your main proof and have it open on page 7, paragraph 8.4. Do you have that, Mr. Dealey?
Yes, page 7, 8.5.
Well, 8.4 and 8.5, you describe the journey of a resident within the proposed development who lives or is visiting an apartment in the northeast corner of the building. I take that being the northeast corner of the eastern block. I don't think we need to describe again the journey of the resident from the front door of the development to his or her apartment door, because that's been described both in your evidence and amply described by Mr. Cafferty in his presentation this morning. But just help me with 1 or 2 points of detail, please. Mr. Cafferty confirms that the distance at apartment level from the nearest lift core to a resident's front door will be 15 metres. You recall Mr. Cafferty giving that evidence?
Yes, that's right.
Does that represent the complete picture in terms of the journey of that resident when he or she enters his apartment block from the podium? And if not, what is the complete picture in terms, firstly, of distance?
Well, it's not really the complete picture, because although when you exit the lift and going to, let's say, the furthest apartment front door, it is in the region of 15 metres at apartment level. In order to get to the core, which is closest to your apartment, you have to take a journey at podium level. So once you've crossed the podium, you enter the front door of, in this instance, the east wing or the east finger. There's a distance of about 8 metres to get to the corridor from the building envelope. You then turn left into another section of corridor, which and you travel something in the region of 17 metres. Then turn right, travelling about 5 to 6 metres, turning left again, and left into the lift car. So that journey would be it's certainly over 30 metres to get to the lift that then takes you to the floor, where you then continue your journey another 15 metres to the apartment.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. So taking, by way of example, the resident who lives in the apartment, an apartment in the northeast corner of the east block or the east finger,
yeah,
the overall distance in terms of travel through corridors and within lifts that resident would need to undertake to arrive at his or her apartment having entered that block?
Well, yes, from the entry point at podium level to the apartment front door, it would be over 40 metres.
Good, thank you. Secondly, then, please, in terms of the experience of that resident when he or she enters the block in which their apartment is located, can you help me with the quality of the experience when traversing the corridor?
Well, because of the stepped nature of the block, the corridor is also stepped and snaking. So there's a number of turns that the resident will have to take along the length of that corridor. I think the other important point about the corridor is that it doesn't have any natural daylight in it. So in terms of orientation, natural daylight and lighting qualities are often given in residential schemes of this density through the introduction of natural daylight and quite often natural ventilation. But this corridor is internal from end to end. So it would be an artificially lit corridor once you entered it.
And you've provided to the inspector, as indeed has Mr. Cafferty, some references from the London Housing Design Guide and some extracts provided to the inspector in others this morning. Mr. Dealey, do you have those extracts?
Yeah, they can be found on page 36 of the London Housing Design Guide.
Just bear a moment. Just by way of introduction, I mean, it is tried to say that the London Design Guide plainly doesn't apply in Basildon. But I think it's also fair to say, Mr. Dealey, that both the appellant in their design and access statement and Mr. Cafferty have drawn reference from the London Design Guide when considering the amenity and quality of the development. And would you invite the inspector to do the same thing?
Yes, it is something that the appellant refers to, and it's also something I think that's being regarded very widely across the country as the standard now, and being received into schemes as being best practice.
Can we turn, please, to page 36 of the extract you mentioned a moment ago?
Yep.
And we see a subheading on the left-hand column of text, the design of shared circulation. Do you see that?
Yes.
There's a reference in the second sentence, which undoubtedly is the reference that you were going to take the inquiry to: natural light and ventilation and views out are highly desirable, and the quality and durability of materials, ... Again, what weight do you attach to that guidance, Mr. Dealey, and to what extent is it met so far as the proposed arrangement in this development is concerned?
Well, in high density residential design, that particular guidance is normally considered to have great weight. And I know from personal experience that in planning authorities across the country, in particular in the southeast, where the high density schemes occur, we're often having to really grapple with that particular design requirement and have to go to some great lengths to enable natural ventilation and lighting of schemes of high density. So that is, one of the kind of central tenets really of high density residential design. It's one of the things you first have to consider.
And Mr. Dealey, looked at overall in terms of the resident's journey, resident experience from the front door of the development off Market Square to their apartment. Would you describe that experience as one that represents creating places that are accessible with a high standard of amenity for future users?
I wouldn't know. This corridor will have to be used a number of times a day by residents, and it being artificially lit in perpetuity, it doesn't have any natural ventilation, albeit I'm sure it will be mechanically ventilated. And because of the number of turns and the distance that you'd have to travel, particularly if you were carrying, say, heavy shopping or a buggy or a child and heavy shopping, I wouldn't regard this as being a high quality environment for living in.
And in terms of the experience overall, from front door of the development to front door of the flat, looked at in that way again, does that represent high quality development as well?
I wouldn't say it does, no.
Does it need to be like that, Mr. Dealey? Is there a way in which development could be designed to avoid the kind of length of journey and the overall quality of experience that you have just described?
Well, I think there is, and I think it's the normal way in which residential schemes of all tenures, including rental, are designed, which is that cores are generally taken to ground floor with lobbies, bins, bikes, accessible at ground floor. So in this instance, all 6 of the cores would be taken to ground floor so that residents could easily access their core directly. And then once on the apartment floor, they'd have a very short journey indeed from a lift to the front door. So yes, there are a number of ways in which that journey could be made much easier.
And is there any particular operational reason in the context of a build to rent scheme that would have prevented that approach being adopted?
Well, in a number of build to rent schemes that I've seen and had experience of, that's exactly the configuration that they employ. So it would appear that there are build to rent operators who are very happy with that configuration, having direct access from the street.
Thank you very much indeed. And then final point, please, on this first topic. Could you take out Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof of evidence and turn within it to paragraph 9 with me? When you have that, please.
Yep.
And if it helps, it's on page 12 in the printed copy and page 17 of 36 in the electronic or PDF copy.
Sorry, bear with me.
Could I just have the page number in the PDF, please?
Okay, it's page 17.
17.
In the PDF copy.
Yep.
I'm with you now, thank you.
Mr. Dealey, do you have paragraph 9 of Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof?
I do, yeah.
Paragraph 9, just to remind you, and without reading it out, Mr. Cafferty responds to your point in your main proof, where you refer to the London Housing Design Guide and the recommendation that 8 homes per floor are provided, effectively 8 homes per, it says per floor, but essentially the London Design Guide provides, I think, doesn't it, that it's desirable, or there's a recommendation that there be 8 homes per core in the development. Is that right?
That's right, it does, yeah.
Mr. Cafferty says, well, if you aggregate the number of floors with the number of apartments per floor in this development, then that numerically meets the recommendation. And then he goes on to suggest that the objective behind that recommendation is more to do with activating the position at ground level or street level, as opposed to matters relating to the internal configuration within the development. Your response, please, first to the aggregation point, and then secondly to whether you agree that the objective behind that element of the London Design Guide is as Mr. Cafferty puts it.
Well, I think firstly, in terms of the number of apartments a floor that the Housing Design Guide advises is a maximum. That's a number of apartments per core. I think a core, with regards to the London Housing Design Guide, is its vertical circulation, but also the lobby and other ancillary facilities associated with that core, such as bins and bikes. I think numerically, you could say that because there are 2 lift shafts and 16 flats per floor in the appeal scheme, that 16 divided by 2 is 8. The difference, I think, is an important one, is that these cores are dependent on each other for access. So you have to move from one core to another to go to a rooftop. You have to move from one core to another to go to the bin store. And in terms of escape strategy, as I understand it, these cores are reliant upon each other. So I don't think it's quite true to say that this is an 8 apartment per core scheme, because these cores have to be connected via a continuous corridor. So I think it's a matter of debate, really, as to whether or not you could actually say these cores serve 8 apartments, because both of these cores rely on the other one to function. In terms of whether the Housing Design Guide says this because it is promoting active frontages, well, I mean, I haven't seen reference to that in this section of the Housing Design Guide. What I have seen is reference to the safe use of landings and lobbies associated with cores, and trying to reduce the number of residents around those cores. So I think it's more to do with core design than it is to do with active frontage. But having said that, I think that being able to access and egress your core from the ground floor directly is the most convenient way of entering your home.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Feely. That concludes topic 1. Topic 2, which I think we can deal with hopefully more briefly, arises from your main proof of evidence, please. Page 9, paragraph 8.13. Let's turn to that.
Yeah.
This is on the topic of access to the bin store, which you referred to in paragraph 8.13, and then you produce a diagram derived from the design and access statement at the top of the following page. Could you just very briefly, Mr. Dealey, explain what the proposed arrangement is for residents to access that particular facility within the development?
Well, it differs depending on which core you are closer to, but let's just take the eastern finger. If you were to live in the northeast corner, as we were discussing earlier in terms of access, you would travel past your immediate core down to the core that had 2 lifts in it, in the southern half of the block. You'd then take your lift down to ground floor level, where you'd exit lift core into a service corridor, which I point out as a shared service corridor, through another door into the bin store, deposit your bin, and then presumably the idea is that you go back into the lift shaft back up to your apartment, or back across the podium if you're exiting the building, and through the shared lobby lounge in the central finger. So the issue with that is that if you're exiting the building, you either well, if you're taking your bin down whilst exiting the building, you have to come up again to exit across the podium to come through the lounge or lobby. But I think, you know, one of the other key issues about that journey is you're taken into a commercial or a service corridor that's shared with commercial tenants. And that, in terms of residential design, doesn't represent good quality. And actually, I think it could represent a number of management and health and safety issues.
And if the approach had been taken, as you would suggest, is the appropriate one for there to be effectively street level access from each hall, is that this type of arrangement one that could be largely avoided?
Well, absolutely. If you were to come to ground floor in your lift, you'd simply go into the bin store, back into the lobby and out onto the pavement again, or through the bin store, and some schemes allow you egress from the bin store itself. But that's right, you wouldn't have to come back up to podium level and back through the main entrance.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Can we turn then please to topic 3, which is defensible amenity space. Defensible amenity space. And by way of introduction, please, as to where this point is addressed in your evidence, can we turn to your main proofs again, paragraph 9.8, where you express a concern about the quality of amenity space at podium level and the introduction of defensible space. You see that?
Yes.
And then please, Mr. Cafferty, to respond to this point in his rebuttal proof of evidence at paragraph 11. So can we turn to that, please? It's Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof, paragraph 11, printed page 32 or electronic page 1736. And Mr. Cafferty in paragraph 11 suggests that in fact there will be defensible space provided to podium level apartments, and he refers to an image you can see figure 2 from the design and access statement on the right hand side of that page. Can you just help with the inspector whether you accept that that is in fact what would be provided with this proposed development, and whether indeed the apartments at podium level would be provided with defensible space, as Mr. Cafferty suggests?
Well, some of them would and some of them wouldn't. So in the figure 2, you can see 12 number areas of defensible space in front of apartment windows. But if this plan was to have the apartment level podium plan superimposed over it, you'd see that there's a number of apartments, I think it's 7 or 8, that don't have defensible space. They don't have a space in front, a private amenity space in front of their window that can be defended, hence the name. There are little strips of planting shown in that diagram, but obviously that isn't in itself defensible space.
And indeed, for the inspector's notes, if you turn forward, i.e. towards the front of Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof, I think we see on printed page 28 or electronic page 15, a representation of podium level plan, floor plan, don't we?
You had page 20. Yeah, I mean, the podium level plan is on 25.
Yeah.
And again, page 27. So it's the apartments in the middle range of all of the fingers that lack that defensible space I was referring to.
And it may well be said, Mr. Dealey, well, so what? If that's a concern, it can be dealt with by way of a planning condition, provided for the approval of the local planning authority, and defensible space can be provided in that way. If that were to be a response, what effect would that have on the overall quantum of amenity space.
Well, yes, I mean, if it can be dealt with as a detail, I mean, that's one for the planning authority, then it may be remedied. But the issue with doing that is that if you took the same amount of defensible space into those apartments, you'd be reducing the amount of communal space available to other residents. So it would have a reduction on the amount of amenity space that's currently in the proposals.
Very much indeed. Thank you. Topic number 4, please. Again, it arises from the comment made by Mr. Cafferty in his rebuttal of your evidence. Can we go, please, to Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof? Paragraph 12, which is on printed page 32. Again, it's page 17 of 36. And can we also please, Mr. Dealey, have open your main proof of evidence at paragraphs 9, 13 and 9, 14. So Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal, paragraph 12, page 17 of 36, and your proof, paragraphs 9, 13 and 9, 14. Just tell me when you have those, please.
Yeah. Yep, got those in front of me.
And in paragraphs 9, 13 and 9, 14, you address that part of the amended appeal scheme that is introducing Juliet balconies with internal opening doors within the apartments that have the benefit of those balconies. And the point made by the appellant, well, the effect of Juliet balconies provides something that should functionally be regarded as being akin to or equivalent of amenity space. And the point that you make, Mr. Cafferty, Mr. Dealey, is that, well, you have to take into account the effect on the overall functioning of the apartment of that approach.
Well, yes, that's right. Juliet balconies, well, in my mind, are a substitute for external amenity space. Amenity space, should be space that's outside of the apartment, not within the apartment. But having said that, if Juliet balconies are to be accepted, then they present another pressure on the internal layout of the apartment, because they would have to have inward opening doors for cleaning purposes, and those inward opening doors then sanitize a good meter of the apartment and make furniture layouts then very difficult. So I think I've pointed to that in my evidence, but it's also present in the design and access statement, page 180, 181, where alternative layouts are shown, but many of those layouts have difficulties in terms of their arrangement and moving around the room because of the limitations that inward opening doors place on the residential layouts that are shown there.
Can I just take you back a stage on this? One of the points by way of response that Mr. Cafferty advances, having considered your evidence as well, you've just simply picked out one particular layout that you sought to address in paragraphs 9, 13, and the figure that follows without addressing or having regard to other layouts. And I think the point that you were making is that within the design and access statement, there are various other layouts provided that you consider have the same shortcomings. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Let's pause for a moment. If I can invite you and the inspector and others, please, to turn to the main design and access statement, CD 11, and turn to the page that you referred to a second ago, Mr. Dealey, pages 180 and 181. All right?
Yes, that's correct.
So to help the inspector, page 180 and 181 printed version are at electronic pages. Bear with me for a moment. At electronic pages 91 of 172.
I have those.
Oh, great. Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry.
Just explain your response then to Mr. Cafferty's observation that, well, you've been selected, you've picked out one layout to make your point without looking at the matter more holistically.
So the layout, the larger layout on page 180, I think has a number of shortcomings because of these inward opening doors. One is that if you look at the position of the sofa and the table, they face into the main bedroom door. And if you were somebody who would like to watch, say, television, there's no position there for television to be viewed. I think also it's clear from this layout that if you were sitting in a line on that three-seater sofa, the legroom that you have between the sofa and the table isn't very good. Of course, you can move the table back a bit, but then your access towards the window from the kitchen would be prohibited by the table itself. So that's the main layout. And then I think the other layouts have their own sorts of issues. So, for example, the layout on the bottom left-hand corner of page 181, which has two-seater sofas. This layout does have a wall-mounted television screen, but if you again look at the proximity of the sofas to the table and the television screen to the table, there doesn't appear to be anywhere to pass between the kitchen dining area and the window. So your ability to walk towards the window to look out of it or to open it is really congested by that furniture arrangement. So it isn't just the main layout on page 180 that seems to have difficulties because of the space that the inward opening doors take up. It's also that layout there and others present in the DAS that have those pressures put upon them as well.
So in conclusion on this point, Mr. Dealey, to what extent do you have any confidence that within the proposed arrangements, the introduction of Juliet balconies with opening doors of the nature that you've described can be regarded functionally as any kind of substitute for external means?
Well, they can't on two counts. One is that they are not external; they're internal. The space they provide is internal. There is no external space provided by a Juliet balcony, so by definition, they can't be provided in the amenity space required. And also, their introduction puts a lot of pressure on the space that's inside the apartment as well. So you could say it's a sort of double whammy.
Very much indeed.
Just in terms of those page reference numbers, in my hard copy of the DAS, they're actually pages 178 and 179 for anybody else who was following in a hard copy. But I have been able to follow exactly what was being said.
Well, I'm sorry about that. So somebody in my hard copy, they are pages 180 to 181, but I'll investigate what version I've got. Thank you for that in any event. Good. All right, Mr. Dealey, penultimate topic then, topic 5. Again, I'd like to take you, please, to Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof and to 2 references by way of introduction. The first of those is Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal, paragraph 21, which is on page 19 of 36. And in paragraph 21, Mr. Cafferty says that SWAP have, in my view, admirably and carefully researched the key elements of Basildon's international style and integrated many of its key characteristics into the design of the appeal scheme's architectural treatments. And SWAP architects have taken the context of Basildon and reinterpreted it into a contemporary architecture of its own time. Do you see those references?
Yes.
Can we go on then, please, with those observations in mind to printed page 40 and 41, electronic page 21, where Mr. Cafferty refers to the character derived from East Walk, which you can see in the image on that page. and says that following the first pre-application meeting, East Walk became a key area for detailed research and analysis and became the inspiration and point of reference for the design development moving forward. Do you see that?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Points arising from that, please. Firstly, do you agree that East Walk is an appropriate point of reference in order to draw characteristic of the Basildon New Town?
Yeah, I think so. Very, very much so. It's a sort of postcard view of the new town, as most people will recognise it.
And then, insofar as whether the appeal scheme has been successful in terms of incorporating aspects of the appearance of the new town, as demonstrated from East Walk, your comment on that, please.
Well, I have to. I mean, I do have to say at this point, I think that the appeal scheme is successful in identifying the key characteristics of Basildon New Town and its architecture. But I have to say, I think it was completely unsuccessful in incorporating them successfully or integrating them successfully in the appeal proposals, on the appeal scheme proposals. So if you're looking at, I mean, so, you know, do you want me to say more? I mean, if you're looking at that image.
Briefly encapsulate what your concern is in terms of whether any of these features that you consider to be important have been incorporated.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at that image on 1441, the key characteristics that strike me very strongly is that there's a tall building with a horizontal emphasis. There's a double order of concrete fins which enclose a colonnade, those fins being thinner in their width than they are in their depth. There's a sawtooth profile on the right-hand side with curtain walling. And there's this rather wonderful vaulted canopy structure. I don't see any of those characteristics present or interpreted in some other way in the appeal scheme. I don't recognise any of those features in the appeal scheme.
Thank you very much indeed. And then, so far as Brook House is concerned, which in the course of his presentation before lunch, Mr. Cassidy recognised was an important contributing aspect to the character of Basildon Town Centre. To what extent do you consider that the appeal scheme has, in the same way as Brook House has achieved, moderated the verticality of form by introducing horizontality into the elevational treatment?
Well, I don't think it has. I mean, Brook House, its elevation is comprised of alternating ribbons of glass and brick, where the glass is continuous and the brick is continuous. In the appeal scheme, there's actually a vertical emphasis as opposed to a horizontal emphasis. The piers are. The brick piers are present within between windows, and it's very much a sense of a kind of punched hole fenestration as opposed to a ribboned fenestration. I think also the important point, you know, with regards to vertical versus horizontal emphasis, is that the strongest emphasis in the appeal proposal is vertical, where the piers, the brick piers, are wider than the horizontal brick spandrels, so therefore they have the kind of dominant aesthetic. I don't think, you know, to be frank, I don't think this building was designed to have a horizontal emphasis. I think it was designed to have a vertical emphasis, and I think it's fair to say that.
Good. And then, please, the final point, topic 6, which is just a few sweeping up issues, involving providing some references to the inspector for matters raised in your main proof. So can we go to your main proof, please?
Yeah.
And would you turn within it to, give me a moment. Yeah, can we turn please to page 12 and paragraph 9.9. Tell me when you have it.
Yes.
the second paragraph, subparagraph in 9.9, you begin private amenity space is defined as, and then you give a definition in quotation marks, the outside space associated with homes or homes, it may be private or shared, you see?
Yes.
Just give the inspector the references from where you derived that quotation from.
Well, the definition of amenity space that I've used there is in the National Design Guide. It's H3134.
Okay, so National Design Guide of Inquiry has that as document CDA9, and it's paragraph 3.154. And I think that's by my note on page 79. Is that right, Mr. Dealey?
Yes.
And secondly, just again, by way of providing a reference, in your same page of your proof of evidence, you provide that a reference to the Essex Design Guide. It's the same paragraph, actually, 9.9, second paragraph, to its guidance in terms of the quantum of private amenity space. And that's in the second part of paragraph 9.9, second paragraph. Do you have that, Mr. Dealey?
Yes.
Again, can you just give the inspector, please, the reference from where you derived in the Essex Design Guide that particular element of the guidance?
It's under Design Details, version 3, page 79, paragraph 3.154. The paragraph's actually repeated, 3.155 as well in the guide.
So that's Essex Design Guide, version 3, core document B11, page 79, paragraphs 3.154 and 3.155. Is that right, Mr. Dealey?
That's right.
Good, thank you, Mr. Dealey. Is there anything else you want to add by way of any points?
I think we've covered the main points.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dealey. Thank you, sir. That concludes Mr. Dealey's evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Linus.
Thank you, sir.
Almost taking you by surprise, I think, there.
No, it's my jabby finger wasn't getting it to the camera button quickly enough. So hopefully we can be well done within the hour and a half that I originally put down for the timetable. I don't anticipate taking too long with Mr. Dealey. Just have a few questions to ask for.
In terms of timing, if it's well within the hour and a half, we'll probably break it midway through. It's 2:45. If I give you a fair run, sometime between 2:15 and 3:30 at a convenient point to review where we are.
Yes, I was going to suggest that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Dealey. Just to be clear, by way of introduction, I'm not going to cover townscape issues with you because there's an overlap between your evidence and Mr. Lowndes. I'm going to pick up townscape and architecture with him. And I want to ask you about other aspects of your evidence, please. The first one is that, as I understand your evidence, both in written and oral form, you are not taking any issue with the legibility of the residential entrance itself. Are you?
I haven't in my evidence, no.
No. We'll just confirm that you are not taking any issue with the legibility of the entrance, despite that being referenced in the council's reason for refusal. That's right, isn't it?
I haven't taken any issue with the legibility of the entrance, but I have taken issue with the lack of presence of any other entrances.
Thank you very much. And again, as far as the council's reason for refusal and statement of case is concerned, there was not any general concern raised about the distance to arrive at the residential entrance from anywhere else in the town centre, or the overall access inside the building. That's right, isn't it?
Well, under general design, I think it is. I think it is covered as a matter of general design and living conditions. Yes.
Well, no, insofar as there were points taken, at least originally in your evidence, about reaching the residential entrance from areas outside the scheme, that was not raised as a concern by the council in its reason for refusal or statement of case. That's right, isn't it?
Specifically in the reasons for refusal, I don't think it was mentioned, but under general design, I think my view is an issue.
Okay, so I didn't understand though in your oral evidence you to be raising any issue relating to the journey to get from other parts outside the scheme to the residential entrance in the building. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think I think I have said that in order to get the lack of other entrances makes the journey to the southern entrance inconvenient.
Okay, I'll come back to that. All right, but no issue with the legibility of the entrance itself. Now, let's look at access inside the building. First of all, please, we can agree, can't we, that there's nothing in policy or guidance to say specifically what is desirable or normal as far as a journey distance is concerned. That's right, isn't it?
There's the standards of what is desirable are normally a matter of building regulations, and a corridor of about 7.5 meters is regarded as being the norm.
If I'm talking about the overall journey once you've got inside the building, there's nothing overall in policy or guidance, planning policy or guidance to dictate what is desirable or normal, is there?
Well, there's the London Housing Design Guide, which says that corridors shouldn't be overly long, and trying to limit the length of corridors through advising on the maximum number of apartments that should be placed around a core. So I would say there is.
Yeah, well, nothing specific as far as corridor length is concerned for starters, is there?
There's no dimension given in policy.
Okay. And the way you put your case about access inside the building generally, if one takes out your proof, please, and one goes to page 8, paragraph 8.8. Here you've been dealing with this issue of the arrangement of vertical and horizontal circulation. The proposals requires travel distances from street level to the front door of the home. And you say failing to make every effort is harmful to the health and well-being of the residents, particularly if they're carrying shopping and so on. I just wanted to check with you, Mr. Daly, you're not really putting your case that highly, or you're not suggesting that the internal arrangements of this building are going to be harmful to the health and well-being of residents, are you?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, I think it's pretty clear in that statement.
So you consider that the journey once you get inside the building is going to harm the health of its residents?
I think the extended journey that the design in this proposal makes, the fact that you're having to experience long corridors which are artificially lit and don't have natural ventilation, the fact that you have to use two cores, the fact you have to go back outside again to go inside again, and the fact that you have to then experience long corridors, I think would be quite exhausting for anyone having to carry any object of any weight. And therefore, if you're having to do that several times a day, I would say that your health and well-being would be affected to the detriment. Yes, I would, absolutely.
Really? Okay. Well, we can let the inspectors judge the way that has been put.
Yeah.
Just want to break down this journey. Obviously, part of the overall journey that's within the building itself, or within the scheme itself, will include the central amenity space on the podium, correct?
Sorry, could you say that again? I just lost you from that.
Part of that journey will include walking across the central amenity space, correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
And there's no dispute that in itself this space would be of high quality design, is there?
Well, it's impossible to say at the moment because landscape is a detail that will be determined later, isn't it?
There's no dispute that it's capable of providing a high quality design as part of the scheme.
It's quite possible it will be high quality, but as I say, the detail hasn't been determined yet.
Okay, and there's no dispute that would be a valuable resource to residents within the scheme, is there?
I think there is dispute about that, yes, because I think what we've said elsewhere is that the amount of space there is not in accordance with the guidance that planning applications are supposed to be working within.
Okay, we'll come back to that as far as amenity space is concerned, but
yeah,
you'd accept, would you not, that walking in the open air with cover for inclement weather is a benefit of the scheme in terms of access to open air within the development?
Well, no, I'm saying that I think it isn't. I'm saying that I think once you're inside a building, you would like to get to your apartment as conveniently as possible. So the fact that you have to go back outside again and then back into another building in order to get your apartment it isn't pleasant.
Okay, so on the one hand, you're saying that the scheme is sort of harmful to health and well-being of residents, but on the other, that the provision of an outside space accessible to residents is not something which is going to benefit their health.
Yeah, I think you might be conflating two issues there. One is that if I'm correct in understanding your question, the provision of amenity space for the enjoyment of residents is an absolute requirement of particularly high density residential development. You know, you must have that. The fact that you then have to make a journey through two buildings to get to your apartment, whether you're crossing that amenity space or not, if you're wishing to get home, having your journey extended by crossing an external space, I think isn't convenient.
In terms of the distance that one has to travel, Mr. Daly, one's looking at a distance of between 20 and 30 metres to cross over a well-landscaped area in open air. One can see why that would be regarded as a benefit of the scheme, including exercise for residents who are travelling within the scheme.
Well, that's yes, that could be your view. My view is that the whole journey from the street to the front door is very long. It involves taking two cores. It involves taking a very contorted route through the lobby. It involves going outside and inside again. I'd very much doubt whether a resident crossing the podium with shopping, a buggy and a small child would regard that journey as being one that is giving them worthwhile exercise. I think they might find it inconvenient and tiring.
Well, obviously, we can let the inspector take a view on that. As far as the other part of the scheme, before one gets to the external amenity space is concerned, one travels through the internal communal areas. Again, given the context of the BTR scheme, there's no dispute between the council and the appellant, as I understand it, that the central provision of community space for those accessing the scheme is a benefit of the scheme.
Well, I think there is I think the proposal does try to count internal amenity space as amenity space, and what I'm pointing out is that amenity space with regards to residential design is external.
No, I'm just asking, I'm not asking about internal or external. My point is that, again, as part of the overall experience of residents entering the building, there's no dispute between the council and the appellant that the provision of the internal space through which residents will walk on their way home is a benefit of the scheme.
Well, in terms of general design, I think there is.
Yeah, there's a benefit. And the benefit is that as part of the BTR scheme, it is seen to be a benefit for residents to have the ability to interact with other occupiers as part of their journey home. That's right.
Well, I think it's. I think that having a benefit of a lounge in a build to rent scheme is really terrific. I don't agree with the fact, and other build to rent schemes seem to do this in other ways, that everyone has to, 1,200 people have to troop through that lounge in order to feel that they are neighbours.
But it's not a question of what needs to happen so much, Mr. Daly. It's a question of what is being proposed is a benefit. And again, you accept, don't you, that in principle, for those residents on their way home, there is a benefit in accessing an internal amenity space to interact with other occupiers on their way home.
I don't think I have accepted that. No, sorry if I've inadvertently accepted that somewhere. Where, are you pointing to a particular part of my evidence?
No, I'm putting the point to you, Mr. Daly, that there is an advantage in the scheme of providing space through which residents will circulate on their way home, given the concept of the BTR scheme. That must be right.
Okay, no, and I think just to be clear, I'm saying that to drive 1,200 people plus through a lounge is not only extending their journey home, but it's also providing, I would say, inconvenience to people trying to quietly use that lounge. I agree with the presence of a lounge in a build to rent scheme. I think it's very difficult to disagree that residents could usefully use a lounge. But what I think is poor design is to drive every member of the residential community through that lounge, affecting people who might wish to use it.
Well, clearly, not everyone's going to be using it at the same time, Mr. Daly, but there is a design logic to providing that space near to the entrance of a scheme to allow residents potentially to meet others as they're entering and leaving the building, isn't there?
I wouldn't question the logic of putting the lounge next to a residential entrance. Absolutely not, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there is an advantage in having that lounge next to the residential entrance. There's a disagreement between us on whether there's any advantage in having the amenity space as part of the journey for residents. Obviously, we say that there is an advantage to that on the way home to have some open air. If we get to the next stage of the journey, which is arriving at the relevant core, obviously you have focused on the northeast part of the scheme. Probably goes without saying, but that's obviously only part of the development to which residents are going to need access. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And if we take out the DAS at page 147, please. It's CDC 11.
C11.
That's page 147.
Bear with me.
Is this the double page image?
Yes. It's page what on my version, sir. It's got a double page image, 2 photographs at the bottom with the plan above it.
147.
Have it.
Right, it's 145 in mine, I think. So is it 2 photographs at the bottom, a table tennis
yes, that's
table?
right. That's right.
Fine, thank you.
Troubling, you've got a different page number to mine, but we'll.
I'll deduct 2 from every reference you give me.
Okay, thank you.
So is it in page? Yeah, not electronic page, but page number.
It's either 147 or 145 in the hard copy.
Yeah, I've got the electronic version. So what PDF page should I go to?
If I can help, it's PDF page
74.
74. Yeah.
Okay, now I think you just trying to understand the journey that you were describing. If one looks on the plan, there is, I think you made reference to an 8-meter distance to travel to get into the corridor. Is that right?
On the eastern and western fingers from the external envelope, to the corridor.
Yes, okay. And obviously you chose a journey within, as you put it, the eastern core to get to a single lift, which is further towards the north of that core. But one can see as well that there's access to the double lift where the journey is not going to be as long, is there? Is it?
No, the journey is the same length, regardless of which core you take. You're either making that journey at podium level or you're making that journey at apartment floor level.
Thank you very much. And in the end, if you then go up to the floor on which your home is located, Mr. Cafferty's evidence was that you're going to have a maximum of 15 meters to reach your home. Obviously, that will not be the case for every home that is going to be accessed via the journey that you have identified. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, I think I lost you in that question.
If one has gone in this 8 meter distance that you've mentioned and then traveled to the relevant core that you need to reach to get up to your flat, one is not then going to be traveling to 15 meters from the lift core, whichever lift core you're arriving at on the floor of your home, are you?
Yes, yes, you are. You are to the furthest front door. You are, yes. I think that's what Mr. Cafferty is saying. Well, once you get onto the front door, once you get onto the floor, then you could be travelling up to 15 meters to the furthest front door. Yes. So some of the doors are closer than that, obviously.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Mr. Diddy, I mean, really, this is a difference between us that you regard that distance of 40 meters from the entrance to the building up to your flat as something that's going to be harmful to the health of residents. Is that and we don't? That's a fair summary, isn't it, Mr. Diddy?
No, I think a fair summary would be that the extended trip from the main entrance of the south side of this building through the lounge, across the podium, into a corridor, up a core, along another corridor, to the front door is, I would regard as something that's poor design and poor living conditions. That would be my summary.
I just want to get to the heart of it then. So you're accepting that as the journey as a whole being harmful to health. It's not that you break up the individual elements in the way that you have done.
Well, you experience it as a whole. It's not possible for you to take just a part of that journey, is it, to get to your front door?
Okay. So again, if the inspector disagrees as to the benefits of outside access or the benefits of meeting other residents as part of a BTR scheme going through the internal lounge areas, obviously that's something which has to be borne in mind when reflecting on your judgment about whether residents are going to be harmed in their health by this journey. That's right, isn't it?
It's absolutely correct that the inspector will take his own view on that, yes.
Now, the reference that you made to the London Housing Design Guide, we just take that out briefly, please. And you've referred to page 35 of that. Number of homes per floor, groups of 2 to 8 dwellings are usually desirable, you have said. Now, again, if it is right that residents have access to 2 cores within each building, it's fair to assume that they're going to use the core that's most convenient for them to access their homes. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And if one does that, they're going to floors where there aren't going to be more than 8 homes that are referable to any particular core, assuming that's the way that the residents access these cores. That's right, isn't it?
Not really, no, because they're part of a system of 16 flats on a floor. The corridors are linked and have to be linked because, as I was saying earlier, these cores work together, not independently. So you don't have the option of, so in effect, for all intents and purposes, you're on a corridor of 16 flats, even though at some point there's another additional lift or pair of lifts on that corridor. These are not two independent circulation systems.
In reality, Mr. Beattie, residents are going to be accessing the core which is most convenient to them, and they're more likely to see the people who access the core in a similar way to them for flats that are nearby theirs. That's right,
well,
isn't it?
No, it isn't. Well, I don't think it is, no, because you could, if you're a resident, choose to come across the podium into the twin pair of lifts, but then access a front door that's closest to the single lift. So in that way, you'd be part of a system of flats, which might be 10 or 11 flats as opposed to 8. So I don't think it's as straightforward as you might.
But in any event, Mr. Daly, the London Housing Design Guide is not something that's been adopted by Basildon as either policy or its own guidance. That's right, isn't it?
It's something that's been referred to in your DAS. So I assumed it was something that the applicant thought was important.
Yes, but as far as this position is on the number of dwellings and cores and so on is concerned, that's not a particular issue that has been driven by Basildon as part of his own policy, is it? Can you answer my question?
Sorry, I think that was a different question, but with regards to Basildon's own adopted policy, I don't believe that London Housing Design Guide is part of their adopted policy, if that's the question you're asking.
Very much. Now, as far as the communal entrance arrangement is concerned, please can we move on to that? The point that you raised in your evidence in chief was that you thought there should be essentially more residential entrances. We don't understand you to be saying, Mr. Daly, that one should be providing more entrances on Town Square. First of all, given that status as retail, at the main retail thoroughfare. That's right, isn't it?
I don't stipulate where they should and shouldn't be. I simply say that every core should come to ground, and for the convenience of residents trying to get into their apartments in a high density scheme, it's quite normal for residential design to have a number of residential entrances, particularly for a scheme of almost 500 homes.
Answer my question, please. Again, looking at the approach that's been followed, you're not suggesting that insofar as the provision of residential entrances is concerned, one should be considering any entrances onto Town Square.
Yes, I'm saying I think there should be a number of entrances all around the perimeter of the building. Yes, absolutely.
The provision of residential entrances onto Town Square would introduce a tension between the residential entrances and the retail frontage on the main shopping street in Basildon, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think it would. No, why would it?
Well, officers never suggested that to my client as part of discussions with the council, did they?
I wasn't present at those conversations, so I don't know.
Thank you very much. But clearly, whatever view you might reach, it's never been suggested to my client that in the interest of providing for active retail frontage on the main east-west access in the town centre, that one should be contemplating a variety of residential entrances on that street. Accept that, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't accept that. I wasn't present at the pre-application conversations, but it's quite common for residential entrances to be present in retail facades. Of course it is, in almost every town and city.
And you accept, wouldn't you, that access onto Market Square as currently proposed has the advantage of being located close to the station? closest to the station?
It is closest to the station, but that assumes that everyone is coming from the station. And I think in my evidence, I point out that people will be arriving from all directions, including the station.
Yes, but obviously the station is an important factor when one's considering the location of the residential entrance, isn't it?
I think it's one of the factors, yes.
So it's bound to be an important factor, Mr. Daly, isn't it?
Well, you're telling me it is, or asking me?
I'm asking you.
I'm saying I'm saying that it's one of the factors.
Right. Okay. And in the context of a journey around the town centre for those that are there, the distance to get to the residential entrance round the back, it's not a significant one, Mr. Daly, in the grander scheme of things, is it?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So anyone who's going for a walk in the town centre to do their shopping, or even to go to work if they have a job in the rest of the town centre, the distance to walk to Market Pavement and round the corner, you say is a significant one for residents to undertake. Is that your evidence?
Yes, I think if you were arriving at this building from the north and to have to walk to the south side of it around 3 streets is a significant inconvenience.
A significant inconvenience.
Yeah.
Is that harmful to their health as well?
I think it would be well. I think it's unnecessary, and it doesn't provide for easy access in the way that modern housing design should provide.
Okay. Now, the advantage of a single residential entrance, Mr. Daly, particularly in the context of the scheme, that allows for focused management activities, doesn't it?
Focus management activities in terms of concierge, I suppose.
Yes, and deliveries arriving. Yes, deliveries arriving in one place and so on. That's right, isn't it?
Having a location for concierge and having a location where deliveries can be placed is a common feature of residential design. Yes.
Yes. And a single entrance, again, consistent with the BTR philosophy, allows for interaction and staff touch points for residents, doesn't it?
Well, not exclusively, no.
A single entrance maximizes the possibility of interaction with other occupants and staff touch points.
That's your point of view.
Well, I'm putting the point to you.
Well, it's not my point of view. It's not my. No, I wouldn't. I think there's many other ways of getting interaction between residents apart from just making everyone go through the same front door.
No, I'm not asking if there's other ways, because you'll appreciate we're asking whether this scheme is acceptable. But one feature of this scheme, which is a benefit of the scheme, is that a single access point for residents encourages interaction between occupants and allows access to concierge services, delivery services, and so on, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, you could have multiple entrances, but still one entrance that serves a concierge. So I disagree with you.
It allows for maximum opportunities for residents to interact with each other rather than being dispersed amongst several entrances, correct?
I don't think that is correct, no.
Now, again, in terms of corridor length, we can go back to corridor length specifically, please. I mean, the way you have put this in your proof, you describe it as, apart from the overall journey being harmful to health, you describe it as very disorientating at 8.9 on page 9. And you refer to there being many twists and turns at 2.4 the rebuttal. Residents or visitors in a state of doubt as to when their journey might end.
That's right, yeah.
Now again, if one takes residents to begin with, the distance of 15 meters in itself, I appreciate we've asked questions about other aspects of the journey, Mr. Daly, but 15 meters in itself from arriving at the lift on the top, on the floor of their flat it's not a significant distance in itself, is it?
15 meters in itself isn't.
No, okay. And as far as the journey to get to a flat is concerned, residents are in no sense going to be in a state of doubt about where they live, are they?
Well, I think that what I'm speaking about there is your experience of the corridor is very contorted. So if you're a visitor to this flat or if you're new to the apartment building, it would be very disorientating. Probably once you've made this journey a number of times, you'd be more familiar with how to get to your front door.
So residents aren't going to be in a state of doubt, being realistic, Mr. Daly, are they?
Well, I think when they're unfamiliar with the building, yes, they will be, absolutely. How could they, how could they be familiar with the journey that they haven't taken before?
Yeah, well, one's not judging the residential experience and it from their initial couple of visits in any event, are they, Mr. Daly? Now, as far as their journey, I mean, again, this is a question of judgment for the inspector. He's got to decide whether turning two corners is going to disorientate a resident or a visitor. Right, isn't it?
I think it's more than two corners, and that is his decision. Yes.
Yes. Well, if one takes out your proof, please.
Yeah.
We look at page 11.
Yeah.
It wasn't the best plan showing access to the roof garden,
Yeah.
but for residents who are arriving up either at the double lift core or the single lift core, you're going to have two turns to get to your flat, aren't you?
Well, if you're coming out of the
Maximum.
if you're coming from the double lift core and going to the other end of the building, and the same is true in reverse, you come out of the lift core in a forward motion, you turn left.
Yes.
You turn left again, that's two turns. You turn left a third time and then turn right a fourth time, and then you turn into your apartment door. So I think that's, I counted 4 turns out of the lift car.
Yes, but I mean, let's be realistic. It's not as if when you get out of the lift car that you are negotiating a turn in the same way as you're walking down the corridor. Once you got out of the lift car, you're essentially walking down to the south to turn left and turning right. It's hardly disorientating, Mr. Daly, is it?
Well, my position is that it is.
Right, okay. And as far as corridor length is concerned, you've given your experience of BTR schemes as pocket living within as well.
Pocket living isn't a build to rent.
I know, as well as pocket living, I think you've been involved with. I mean, have you ever designed a corridor that is longer than 30 meters from end to end, or from core to flat?
I think I'd have to check our schemes. I don't know. I don't have all of our schemes off the top of my head.
All right. And as far as corridor length is concerned, we have the evidence of Ms. Roberts, and I don't think you dispute her substantial experience and expertise in build to rent schemes, do you?
I'm not familiar with her as an individual, but I don't doubt it. No.
Okay, thank you very much. And if we take out her proof of evidence, please, page 22. There she has identified schemes with distances from lift to unit to other build to rent schemes, and one can see in general terms.
I think just a moment for Mr. Dealey. I think he's still looking for the document.
Okay, sorry, sir. Thank you.
I thought I had the hard copy with me. I've got her appendices. So is it on the library? Do you want me to go to the library to? Sorry, I haven't got that in front of me.
Sir, given the time, I'm happy to break at this stage, just to allow Mr. Daly the chance to locate that document.
I think that would be sensible. That will give Mr. Dealey the opportunity to get access to that document. Just to remind Mr. Dealey.
I think I've got it here, actually. Sorry.
On that basis.
Yes. This is it. Yep. Sorry, what page number?
It's page 22, Mr. Daly.
22. Yeah. Yeah, what page 22?
Okay, so there she's listed schemes, BTR schemes, including those she's familiar with, and they include information on the furthest distance from the lift to the unit in question. Again, perhaps we can sort of take this briefly. You accept that there are other BTR schemes with longer distances from the lift to unit, which are nonetheless regarded as successful BTR schemes through review results. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, I accept that there are built-in schemes with longer distances.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Which have successful results under reviews from occupants. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know about the reviews of these schemes or how they're conducted or who they're conducted by, but I trust her measurements of the corridors in other schemes. And I think in my rebuttal, I've referred to one of them and the conditions by which the long corridors were necessary.
So just to be clear, I mean, the scores, I don't know if you've seen them, but the scores do appear in Appendix B to Ms. Roberts' proof. You've seen those, presumably? Scores.
I've got the appendix in front of me. Yeah, did you want to?
Appendix B, again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the UET, for example, with a furthest distance from the lift to the unit of 48 meters, has a score of 4.9 overall. I don't need to go through the rest of these review results unless I need to, but would you accept the general proposition, Mr. Daly, that the length of a journey from the lift to unit has, even though that length is longer for some schemes, still resulted in well-reviewed BTR schemes?
Yeah, I not without understanding how the schemes are being reviewed and what questions were being asked of the resident. I couldn't accept that just on at face value. No.
Very well. I don't think you took any point about the manner in which these scores have been compiled in your rebuttal, did you?
I've got no knowledge of how those scores are compiled. Well, so I wouldn't be in a position to take issue with them.
Well, one can see from Appendix D that there are results given under home views, and then on Appendix A, to Ms. Roberts' evidence, she has indicated the broad process that's undertaken by home views. I can ask her to explain that in her evidence in due course. Very, very well. As far as daylit corridors are concerned, just pick up this point before the break. Again, there's no policy or guidance applicable in Basildon which requires daylit corridors in all circumstances, is there?
There isn't, to my knowledge.
And bearing in mind that, as you say, 15 meters without 15 meters is not a significant distance. That 15-meter journey, even if it were without direct daylight, is not a significant distance, is it?
As I was saying earlier, taking one portion of the journey isn't it's like saying, is the last 5 meters to your door a significant journey? No, of course it isn't. But the overall length of the corridor, I think, is, and the fact that it's exacerbated the fact that there's no natural daylight is another big factor, as London Housing Design Guide points out.
Yes, but residents are going to be focused on that distance between the departure from the lift and their front door, which in the case of 15 meters is not a significant journey, is it?
Well, I mean, you say residents could be focused on that particular part of the journey. I don't agree. I think residents are focused on the length of the journey it takes for them to get from inside the building to their flat front door.
But again, if one is concerned about access to daylight, they will have had access to the external amenity space before the end of the building.
That's
right, isn't it?
It's right to say that there is daylight outside the building.
Yes,
I think.
And at the other end of their 15-meter journey, they'll have access to their own flats where they will be able to access what the council regards as acceptable levels of daylight. That's right, isn't it?
I think my issue is with the lack of daylight in the corridor, not the lack of daylight in the apartment.
Yes, but again, as part of the inspector's consideration, he must bear in mind that there will be access to daylight within the amenity space, as well as adequate access to daylight at the other end of a short journey within the corridor. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think the inspector will I'm sure, take his own view on that. It's not for me to tell him what to think.
Thank you very much. Sorry, that's probably a convenient moment.
Thank you. Any idea how you're progressing? You've had about 45 minutes. I'm just thinking of the rest of the afternoon.
Half an hour or so tops, sir.
Right, if we take 20 minutes, I think now, if that's acceptable to everybody, finish off, and then any questions from Mr. Hill and Miss Hall. We might even get re-examination this afternoon before 5 o'clock. So I'll aim for that. If it's not feasible, then obviously we'll leave those other elements until tomorrow. So if we adjourn for 20 minutes and come back at 10 to 4, please. Thank you. The inquiry is resumed. Could I just check that we've got Mr. Edwards and Miss Hall with us? I'll just pause a moment until I've got all advocates present. I just try again whether Mr. Edwards, Miss Hall are back with us. Miss Hall is. One more to complete the set. Is Mr. Edwards back with us? He is indeed. We can continue. Thank you. Mr. Linus, please, if you'd like to resume where you left off.
Sir, let's move on. I hope we can deal with this very briefly. The shared access to the bin stores, Mr. Deely. Just a few points on this, please. Don't understand this to be a point that was raised in the reasons for refusal or the statement of case, correct?
I think it was general, under the topic of general design.
Specifically, this wasn't an issue that was raised in the reason for refusal or statement of case, was it?
It wasn't specifically mentioned in the reasons for refusal.
Thank you very much. And again, you don't rely upon any particular policy or guidance which prevents this arrangement being included within the scheme, do you?
I don't.
Thank you very much. And insofar as this issue arises, on your view, to understand, are you relating this to the corridor that applies to the west and east fingers, in the sense that the central finger has residential bin store access only?
Yeah, the corridor, the service corridor, is on 3 sides of the building at ground floor level. So that's what I'm regarding as being.
And if we turn to page 143 of the DAS, 141 for others using a different version. This is the paper. This is a paper reference.
3.
Locate where the access is. Do you have that, sir?
I do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And my understanding is that's a 2 meter wide corridor, Mr. Deely. Would you accept that?
That's as I understand it. Yep.
And you'd understand that there will be security access to that, swipes and so on for residents to get in there. That's entirely understandable.
Yeah, I don't have that detail, but I would imagine that would be the case. Absolutely.
Again, in terms of a 2 meter wide corridor, there's no issue as regards the safety of that use in terms of residents being able to pass any commercial service thing that's taking place. You don't raise a safety issue, do you?
Yes, I do. So because it's a commercial corridor, it's going to be used for all sorts of deliveries and waste. So you could end up with some quite large, if you've been into one of these areas, there's quite often cages, crates, boxes, trolleys, that sort of thing, stored in those service corridor areas. So that's my concern, is that if you're mixing residents with commercial tenants, then there are absolutely issues relating to how those spaces get used. And normally in residential design, you would avoid that at all costs.
But so far as proposed here, one has to ask whether in reality there's going to be a safety issue here. A 2 meter wide corridor.
Yeah.
One can expect residents in any commercial servicing as part of the normal to and fro daily life to be able to use those spaces effectively together.
No, that's my concern, is that there's a conflict between residential access and commercial access. That is my concern. Yeah.
Let the inspector reach a judgment on that.
Sure.
Let's move on to amenity space. There's a few different subheadings under here, please. The first subheading is access to the rooftop for those living next to a single lift core, I think is the way that's been put in the evidence. And here, the point that we understand it being raised is that for those living next to the single lift core, there'll be a longer route to get to the upper level amenity spaces than those who are next to double lift core. Is that correct?
Well, as I understand it, the only one lift core gives access to the upper amenity spaces. So if you're living at the opposite end of the corridor, you have to travel to the other core in order to get access.
Yes, okay. And again, that is really the only, as far as this issue is concerned, this is the only reason realistically why one resident is going to walk from one end of the corridor to the other, isn't it, Mr. Daly, given the presence of separate cores at each end of the finger?
Well, in terms of access to the amenities, I don't think it's the only reason, no, because I've outlined other reasons. But
they don't need to walk to get to the bin store. They can go down their own lift core to get to the corridor we looked at.
Well, no, that's not true in the central finger, is it? Because they
we were looking at the eastern and western ones that you've identified. They don't have to in the eastern and western ones go to the other end of the corridor to get access to the bin stores, do they?
Well, in the case of the east and west, in the case of the west, they can use the core to get down to the bin store in, I think, both instances. In the case of the middle, they can only do that in one instance, and on the northern end, they have to travel to the other core to access the bin store because they can't get across the car park. In the case of the east, they could travel along the corridor to get down to the bin store more directly, or they could go down to ground floor and use the commercial corridor to get there.
Okay, so insofar as they need to travel further along the corridor, Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal says that essentially that is asking them to walk 20 meters further. You prepared to accept that measurement, Mr. Daly?
20 meters further to get to the...
His rebuttal, page 14, please.
Is that in the paper copy, or which paragraph is that? Page 14, yeah.
There he has a max, first of all, paragraph 4, he refers to initially the maximum journey of 15 meters, which we have looked at.
Yeah.
Paragraph 7, he says, Mr. Daly is critical the residents routes the rooftop amenity gardens in each of the 3 blocks. He says the differential between the 2 ends of the plan is circa 20 meters, 35 meters compared to 15. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, I understand you're prepared to accept that measurement.
I take it as read. I've got no reason to challenge it.
And that's right, is that, again, being realistic here again, Mr. Daly, you understand the theme of my questions. When a normal walking pace, that's a few seconds.
I think the point that the council are raising is there's unequal access to the residential. So sorry, to amenity spaces for residents. So the fact of whether it's 20 meters or 5 meters, it means that they don't have equal access. You have to use a different core. That's my point, is you have to use a different core to the one that you're saying residents will feel as though they belong to.
Yes, but I mean, if we're looking at the ability, that the fundamental problem issue here is the ability to access the roof space. Can you answer my question? It's right that you're only asking residents who don't have direct access to double lift core to walk a matter of seconds to reach it. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know about the timing, but it is further 20 meters. Yes, I haven't.
Please, Mr. Daly, I'm sure we can agree, can't we, that walking 20 meters is only going to be a matter of seconds, realistically, isn't it?
20 meters. Yes, I mean it should be a short amount of time. Yeah.
Yes, and in the context of a trip up to a rooftop amenity space, including the time spent there, a matter of seconds is not significant, is it, Mr. Daly?
Well, I think the unequal access is significant, yes.
So it's significant that they, on this floor, it's significant in terms of the quality of access that residents have to walk a matter of seconds compared with other residents to get to the double lift core. Is that your evidence?
My evidence is that there's unequal access to the amenity space.
Yes, I'm trying to judge this.
I don't know.
The difference, Mr. Daly, is that, I'll put the point this way: asking some residents to walk a matter of seconds longer than others cannot sensibly be regarded as an in-principle issue with the quality of access, can it?
Well, I'm saying it is, yes.
So what is the, sorry if I may just interrupt, what's the consequence of that unequal access?
Well, I think the consequence is that some residents feel better served by the amenity than others do. So if, as the applicant says, is that you belong to a particular core and you belong to that core and the residents around it, and you have to go to use a different core to access the amenity space, a core that you're not familiar with and a core that wouldn't feel as though it's yours, in inverted commas, then the consequence is you would feel you feel that arrangement is less advantageous than if you could use your core or the core you're closest to in order to access amenity space. So I think the consequence is that you would feel as though you're secondary in that arrangement.
I mean, the inspectors asked my point. I mean, the reality of this, Mr. Daly, is that any resident who simply has to walk a matter of seconds on the occasions that they want to reach the residential amenity space isn't going to feel hard done by in the grand scheme of things.
Well, I think the councillor's view and my view is that this unequal access is something that we're trying to design out in every instance.
No, I mean, can you just answer my question?
Sorry.
Being realistic, again, general theme of my questions to you, Mr. Daly. Being realistic, any resident that has to walk a matter of seconds along a corridor to access on that floor the lift to the amenity space is not going to feel hard done by or secondary as far as their position within the scheme is concerned, not least because they ultimately end up in the same amenity space.
Well, as I've said, my view is that they are, yes.
You think this is a significant sense of inequality? Just to pitch where your evidence is going here, Mr. Daly, along with the rest of it. This is a significant issue of inequality, walking a matter of seconds further along the corridor.
I think it represents unequal access, which is something.
That's my question.
Yes, yes, okay, yes, I think it is.
Okay, so it's significant inequality. I suppose, though, in some cases, Mr. Daly, if you apply this logic to schemes up and down the country, almost any residential scheme is likely to have situations where some residents have to walk a matter of seconds further to access some amenities compared with others in the building. That's right, isn't it?
I think it's right that there's a lot of poor schemes across the country, and but my evidence is relating to this one.
But I'm asking about I didn't say these schemes had to be poor. I think the reality is schemes up and down the country which receive planning permission, accepted as being high quality design, will have instances where inevitably some residents have to spend a little bit longer, whether a matter of seconds, getting to amenity space than others. But one doesn't then reject the schemes on that basis of equal access, do you?
Well, I can't. I'm not sure what schemes you're regarding, so I can't really comment on schemes.
It's a general question, and you're being asked whether in any scheme, however well designed and laid out it is, that some people will be nearer to the amenity space with a shorter journey than others. I'd appreciate your views on that.
My question, your question is it true that in many schemes there's an unequal access?
Well, is it an inevitable consequence of any scheme, however well designed, that there will be some inequality, that some will be nearer than others? And it's then a matter of testing the significance of that and any potential harm that might arise.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true that there are some schemes that will have differences in their access arrangements to amenity space, absolutely. Mr.
Linus, you can take it further if you want.
I think I'm content to leave it there, sir. Reasons that I hope are clear. Let's move on to this question of defensible space next. The next subheading, please, Mr. Daly. Again, I don't understand this specific point that's being raised in the reason for refusal or the statement of case. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think it comes back to this point about unequal access to amenity. That was my my point there.
Yeah, forgive me, I'm not sure how this issue of defensive space relates to unequal access. Our understanding of the evidence that it related to access from lifts or from a residence at one end of a finger to the other. I'm asking about defensible space. Can you just confirm, please? This wasn't in the reason for refusal as a specific concern, nor was it in the statement of case.
It wasn't named in the reason for refusal as a specific case, no.
It hasn't been identified by members as a specific concern of theirs.
No.
Along with the shared access to bin stores, has it?
Not specifically, no.
Thank you very much. And if we just to see how this plays out, please, if we take out CDC 9, which is one of the plans, it's the landscape plan, please. Just to try and help you inspect and see how this is going to play out in a little bit more detail. CDC 9, and there is a landscape plan 101B.
Bear with me. So is this a general arrangement plan?
General arrangement plan podium level.
Is there a is it in the DAS? Because I seem to have been bounced out of the library, the digital online library.
I don't think this plan is in the DAS. I think it's why I'm taking you to it in the court documents.
I have to just bear with me once I log back in again.
So I've got to go back through the login process as well, I think.
Right.
Is anybody able to share it?
I'm not, in the sense I'm working off a hard copy. So let's see if I can.
Just let me go back to. Wait a minute.
So if there's a problem, perhaps I can just deal with it generally rather than spending 15 minutes for a depressingly short point to be made. Oh, there we are.
I think we have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as I understand the point you've made, Mr. Deedy, you say there are 7 or 8 apartments which you say don't have direct access to this defensive space you referred to. And perhaps the easiest way to identify some of those is if you look on this plan, you can see outside some of the flats there what looks on this plan to be a paved area on the plan. You've identified 7 or 8 flats which don't open directly onto this area where you have concerns about defensive planting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so if by process of elimination you disregard the flats which appear to have an area that opens out onto the level here, there are some flats. If one takes the left finger, there are some flats there which don't have the same provision, and that's the form of flat on which you've based your evidence. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously, as I understand, those flats obviously don't open out onto the podium level at that level, correct?
Those flats, I don't know if they do or they don't, but I suppose the point is that their windows are directly onto communal space and that they don't have defensible space as their neighbours do.
Yes, but I mean, plainly one can look at the plan and can see there that there is planting capable of being provided and shown here outside those windows. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I don't know because no detail's been put forward yet on landscape. No landscape detail's been put forward, so I don't know whether that line what it represents. It could represent a flower bed or it could represent a low hedge. But in any event, it's not defensible space. Defensible space is an area of amenity space that keeps anyone passing back from a window or door.
Clearly, the form of planting, when it's agreed, will have a function and be able to achieve that. That's right, isn't it?
Well, no, I don't think it is right because of a low hedge or a low hedge or shrubs won't perform the function that defensible space creates, and it's the reason I think why the designers put defensible space into those other areas.
The form of planting will have a role in deterring any other resident who may feel as if they want to peer into their neighbours' property. So that the planting will have a deterrent role to some degree, won't it, Mr. Daly?
Well, I'm not sure. As I say, I'm not sure it will. It's impossible to tell without seeing the detail. But defensible space is it keeps you a distance away from the window in the way that a small planting bed can't.
And even if the detail required some form of fence or some other treatment to be added in there, it's not going to have a fundamental effect on the usability of the wider amenity area, is it?
I think that as a matter of detail, yes, you could pick this up. I think as a matter of detail, as I was saying earlier. But in order to create defensible space to prevent or to limit the enjoyment of the apartments of those people who live in them from having their privacy affected by people getting too close to their windows, that amount of space would have to be, as deep as the defensible space that's shown in other areas.
In the end, even if that had to be done, insofar as there's going to be planting shown outside those flats anyway, that's not going to have a significant effect on the overall amenity enjoyed by those using that space, is it?
I think it could, yes. I think depending on the design, it could do. So, for example, if you had a meter deep bank of thorny brambles to keep people away from the windows, which is often what's used in these sorts of instances, then it would take away the amenity space that's the amount of communal amenity space that's provided in that drawing.
And just to help the inspector sort of reach a judgment on how you have pitched your evidence, just so I can record your view that would have a significant effect on the quality of the amenity space provision if further defensible space beyond that shown had to be provided. Significant effect. Is that how I correctly record your evidence?
Yeah, I would say, given that that space is quite limited anyway, if you were to introduce defensible space, then I think it would have a significant effect on the amount and enjoyment of the communal areas. Yeah, I think it would. Yeah.
Bearing in mind that the planting that's shown there already is not space that's going to be walked over in any event on that plan by existing residents. So it's more a question of the visual contribution that would make to the rest of the amenity space, isn't it?
Well, as I say, until it's designed, it's very difficult to say, isn't it? But I think it would have to be of a depth and of a nature that's sufficient to, that it either creates defensible space and defensible space in the true sense of the word, or it's of sufficient depth to have the same effect of defensible space, in which case it takes up the same amount of amenity space as defensible space would.
And if properly planted, mature planting will have a positive contribution to make to the amenity of that area, wouldn't it?
Well, as I say, it depends on if the planting is of the sort that has to keep people away from windows, then it has to be quite dense and quite thorny. I'm not sure that would necessarily be the sort of planting that would contribute to the amenity of that space. And when you talk about amenity space, I think it's it's a space that you can be in to enjoy. If that's occupied by sort of defensible planting of the sort that landscape designers use to keep people away from windows, I'm not sure that you would also then be able to count that as amenity space. But I think that's probably one for the planning officers at detail stage.
Well, yes, exactly. Thank you very much, Mr. Diddy. On that note, then I think we can move on to balconies, please. Yeah, we can agree, can't we, that there's nothing in the framework or the National Design Guide which requires balconies as part of external amenity provision.
The framework? What do you mean by the framework? Sorry.
National Planning Policy Framework.
The NPPF.
Yeah, the NPPF, yes. You referred to in
That's right.
The scheme's going to cause harm to its residents.
That's right.
Yes, okay, thank you. Or states what sort of proportion any scheme should provide. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
And again, being sensible, the provision of balconies will always be subject to wider considerations relating to the design of a scheme. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I mean, in this case, the council looked at the Essex Design Guide for advice, and the Essex Design Guide asked for balconies.
Can you answer my question, please?
So I thought you were talking about wider considerations. I thought I was trying to.
I'm going to come on to the Essex Design Guide. I'm putting a more general point to you that in any scheme, the ultimate proportion of balcony provisions will be subject to other design considerations, won't it?
There's always a balance to strike with provision of balconies.
And one of those factors will be the quality of other external space which is being provided. Right, isn't it?
Sometimes, if there's a large amount of external amenity space available, then that has a bearing on the decision-making design of planning authorities. Yes.
And that's a relevant factor for the inspector in this case too, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
And again, I hope we don't have to turn it out, but in the interest of time,
You'd agree, wouldn't you, that in developing the design of this scheme, officers acknowledged the negative effects of installing balconies, particularly on external elevations, and that they weren't desired by the BTR operator in discussions at the time. That's right, isn't it?
I think that well, I'm not familiar with the conversations in detail that were had by planning
Can you answer my
officers.
Answer my question.
I'm not familiar with the with whether the officers accepted that point. No, I'm not. Sorry.
Well, can we take out CDC 3 then, please? And turn to page 3.
Sorry, which document is that?
CD core document C3. It's the pre-application advice from the council.
So where can we find that? Sorry.
If you don't have a paper version, hopefully you have access to the electronic version of the core document. Mr. Deeney. It's CD C3. I'm working on
C3
the paper version, but
30th of June, is it? 13th of July.
That's the one. And if you turn to page 3 of that document in the penultimate paragraph.
Sorry, would you just give me that reference again? I was just trying to turn to the document.
CDC3, sir.
The page number?
Page 3, internal page 3, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the penultimate paragraph. Are you there, Mr. Daly?
Yeah.
Do you have it, sir?
I'm just about to do. I was timed out of the core document, so I must remember on subsequent days to, I think, go out and come back in on every adjournment.
If your hard drive can handle it, I think there is a function to download everything, which I've done.
I've downloaded some.
Yeah. Forward. So if it would help you, I can read out the relevant part of the paragraph, and I've given you the reference.
Yes, I am almost there.
Very well.
I'm with you. I do apologise.
No, not at all, sir. I suspect it's an embarrassingly short reference for the time it's taken to get the document. But anyway, penultimate paragraph. A good level of amenity space should be provided to future residents. We discussed this intended to be provided in communal roof terraces. The provision of balconies was also suggested to provide some private amenity space and unlikely to reduce apartment sizes, but it was acknowledged that the build-to-rent operator involved did not want balconies, and the negative effects of their installation, particularly where not extrinsic to the building design, were highlighted. So clearly there, the issue had been discussed as part of pre-application discussions with the council, and there was an acknowledgement, wasn't there, that not only were they not the preferred approach as a build-to-rent operator, but there were negative effects of their installation. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Daly?
It's right that's what it says, correct, yeah.
Well, it's right that officers and the council in discussions with the appellant had acknowledged those difficulties, right?
Yeah, I don't know what difficulties they're referring to, but they do seem to acknowledge that there are some difficulties and that the build-to-rent operator appears not to have wanted them.
Well, if we, in terms of what the difficulties are, again, if we if I can refer you to Mr. Harris's evidence, please, and he reports
at page 92 of his proof, please. That's paragraph 7133. Page 92 of the document, paragraph 7133.
Yep, got that.
The total proportions accepted by BBC on the basis that externalised balconies in the town centre frontage facing elevations would not represent an acceptable design outcome due to the potential then to be used cluttered with domestic paraphernalia and the potential to have a negative townscape impact on the key retail thoroughfares. You see that?
Yeah, I do see that.
Yes, and I suppose similarly as well, you'd accept that there could be potential secure by design issues if they're provided at lower levels. On
Sorry.
external elevations, there could be
Sorry.
potential.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
I'll come back to this paragraph in due course, but again, would you accept that there could be potential security issues if you provided residential balconies at the lowest levels on external elevations?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, most modern residential buildings have balconies at low level designed in a way that security isn't an issue.
In any event, it's clear from 7133 that a judgment was made by the council during discussions on the scheme, and it was a reasonable judgment to reach, wasn't it, Mr. Daly, that one should not require externalised balconies on town centre facing frontages for townscape reasons?
No.
It wasn't. What was unreasonable, was it?
No, I don't think it was reasonable. No, I think that if you couldn't put balconies on the external elevation, street-facing elevations of any new building, then we'd be. It's just not the case that that's true, is it? I mean, there are so many modern residential buildings with balconies on street-facing elevations that don't represent a townscape impact. So I don't agree with that. No, I don't.
Well, obviously, we see the way this has been discussed in good faith between the appellant and officers of the council.
I can see the way it's been discussed, yes.
I can assume then that you would regard the provision of external balconies as fitting in with the existing character of the new town centre on that basis?
I can imagine ways in which balconies can be provided whilst at the same time fitting in with the character of the new town, yes.
Right, okay, so the provision of balconies would, in your view, reflect the characteristic of the new town centre, is that right?
It wouldn't be to the detriment of the character of the new town centre.
Answer my question. Is your view that provision of balconies would be consistent with the existing character, new town character of the town centre?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought what the question was about whether there was a townscape impact, and I'm saying that I don't think there would be if they're designed in the right way.
I'm just asking you this in the context of the wider evidence you've given about the scheme, just so we can test your approach to balconies versus the approach you're taking to the other aspects of the design. In your view, Mr. Dean, am I right to record that you take the view that provision of balconies would reflect the existing character of Basildon Town Centre?
I'm saying that it's possible to provide them without harming the character.
It's not the question, Mr. Dealey. I think if we take the question, that I think essentially what you're being asked is whether there are cues within Basildon Town Centre that would lead you to a conclusion that balconies on street-facing elevations might or might not be acceptable.
It might be acceptable, yes.
I don't think you answered your question either, sir.
Let's just go back a stage. In terms of the cues, the existing character of Basildon Town Centre, what elements might lead?
I think I understand the question now. Yeah. So, if you were considering the character of Basildon Town Centre, would it lead you to be putting balconies on the faces, the outward faces of the building? Probably not.
very much. Okay, now the Essex design guide referred to in your evidence of chief, Mr. Daly. We can agree, I hope, that it is only guidance, correct?
Yes.
Very much. And it wasn't relied upon by officers in previous assessments of this scheme, in particular the balcony, the proportion of balcony provision, the total amount of balcony provision. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't, yeah, as I say, I don't know if it was or it wasn't, but apparently it seems not to have been used in conversations.
It wasn't identified as part of the reason for refusal as a guidance with which the scheme conflicted in this respect, was it?
No, not specifically.
Thank you very much. And as far as the guidance itself is concerned, if we go actually to CDB 11 to understand what you have been referring to, CDB 11, which is the guide itself, and it's in the PDF version. It's an online version. Paragraph 3 point. Bear with me. Reference is wrong. 3.154 on page 79.
Got that.
Thank you very much. It says incorporating balconies into residential accommodation is encouraged and will be expected with a private communal space provision does not create 25 square meters per flat. And then up the same page, the second bullet point refers to apartments having balconies with a floor area of at least 5 square meters.
Mm-hmm.
The first bullet point 2. Okay. Now, I mean, as far as this guide is concerned, you've accepted it's only guidance. I mean, there's nothing in this guidance overall, is there, to suggest that one should apply these requirements in all cases, including town centre, including tall town centre schemes. That's right, isn't it?
It specifies in apartments with 2 bedrooms or more, so not in all instances.
Okay, but in terms of the context within which this design guide is to be applied, if one takes, for example, this communal space provision of 25 square meters per flat, there's nothing to suggest that that mode of provision was considered necessary or applicable in circumstances where you had an urban development location.
Well, this applies across Essex, so I'm assuming it applies in all instances. Because
yes, but I mean, again, there's nothing to suggest that the guidance was requiring, for example, that you apply communal space of 25 square meters per flat for any development, regardless of the extent of urban context that the development's in. Right?
It doesn't differentiate between suburban or urban.
Okay, but again, being realistic, again, Mr. Daly, you'll detect this as a theme of my questions. I mean, are you suggesting to the inspector that in all cases of development in Basildon Town Centre, one should be effectively seeking to provide 25 square meters of communal space per flat?
Well, that is what the guidance says, yes, and that's the way I would read it. Yeah, and that's the way we read it.
But applying it realistically, Mr. Daly, it's not realistic to expect development in the centre of Basildon Town Centre.
Well, I see what you mean. Yeah, so it gives the option, if you can't do that, to then provide 5 square meters per flat. that's 2 bedrooms and above. So it says where this isn't possible. So if in the case of high density areas it's not possible, there's an option to provide 5 square meters of a balcony space instead. So I would take from that the people writing the guidance accept that it's not possible in all instances.
And then as far as the balcony provision itself is concerned, you agree that that's still only guidance, not relied upon by officers in previous assessments. And I think you've already agreed you must have regard to other considerations, and that's no less true of applying the guidance than it is as a matter of principle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, more generally, balconies or Juliet's balconies are a feature of development that, as far as balconies are concerned anyway, some occupants want and some may not actually want for safety reasons and the like. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not aware of any.
You don't accept that could be a conceivable reason for people not wanting to buy a property with a balcony on it?
I've never come across that reason myself, no.
Well, one other reason is that the variety of product within a build to rent development is generally an important element for consumer choice and price point, isn't it?
Choice in build to rent in terms of 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom flats, yes, but I haven't heard that build to rent residents, some of them prefer not to have balconies. I haven't heard that, no.
Okay, well, insofar as build to rent schemes, we'll come on to this in a moment, have balconies or not, or have balconies or Juliet's balconies, clearly that is a function of the choice that's that's afforded to occupiers within those schemes, isn't it?
Well, I think sorry, is the question that some build-to-rent operators choose to provide them and some choose not to?
It's a function of the choice that's offered to potential occupiers of the BTR scheme.
I don't think it is the build-to-rent occupier's choice, because in some instances they are required to have them.
Well, perhaps we can just deal with this build-to-rent issue more broadly, please. We can go to Ms. Roberts' evidence if needs be, but you don't produce any evidence that the provision of balconies is a defining factor in how successful build-to-rent schemes are.
I don't.
No, thank you. You don't dispute Ms. Roberts' evidence that on average in her experience, balcony provision is between 20 to 40%.
I don't doubt that that's her experience, no.
And you don't dispute she's produced evidence of schemes that she's familiar with. In her evidence at page 21, do you?
Sorry, which evidence?
Her proof of evidence, page 21.
Page 21, yeah.
Yes. Now, clearly, Mr. Steely, every scheme was built in different circumstances. Every scheme is different.
Yeah.
But you don't dispute her evidence that the extent of balcony provision is not directly related to the review scores in HomeView.
Well, I don't know that it's not. I can't dispute that it is, no. But I don't, as I was saying earlier, I don't know what the nature of HomeView scores are and whether they include reviews of provision of external amenity space. But
we have the overall scores here. One would
I can see the scores, but as I was saying earlier, I don't know how those scores have been compiled. But that's something that I'm sure she'll be able to talk to.
Very well. And again, I don't think you've disputed her evidence
I
There
haven't.
is, no, I don't think, let me finish the question. I don't
Oh,
think
right,
you've
sorry.
stated her other evidence that there is a shift towards a focus on communal provision and build to rent schemes for the reasons she's identified in her evidence. That's right, isn't it?
I don't dispute that, no.
No, thank you very much. And she also produces evidence in Appendix L to her proof of, bear with me a second. Appendix L is an operator letter dated the 8th of October. I think it's internal page 73 of the appendices, sir, if that helps.
I've got it. Yes, thank you.
Very much. And clearly, this is a letter from Leader Management UK, remain supportive of the Market Square BTR development scheme in Basildon with full intention to manage the building upon completion. I don't need to read the rest of the letter, but again, there's no evidence to suggest that an operator who's expressed an interest in the scheme has any concerns about the extent of balcony provision affecting the attractiveness or success of the build to rent scheme, is there?
No, they're not. No, but then the build to rent operator it isn't the planning authority.
Very much. Now, final point, please. The Juliet balcony issue. I hope we can deal with this very briefly indeed. Just bear with me a moment. I'll put some documents away. Now, if we take out your proof, 914 on page 14, please. This is what you described as a compromise one-bedroom layout.
Yeah.
And again, and back to my theme about sort of how you pitched your evidence. At the risk of stating the obvious, any occupier is not going to be walking into a flat with furniture fixed down in that location, right? Isn't it?
They may well be walking into a flat with the furniture in that location. Yes.
Can you just answer my question? It's not going to be fixed in that location.
Oh, fixed? No,
Yes.
no, it won't be fixed. No.
Okay, so an occupier isn't going to be restricted in choosing the furniture configuration as shown there, is he or she?
Well, I suppose my point is that they are restricted because there's only so many ways of furnishing a flat in a way that's functional.
Yes, I mean the only real the point you made about the Juliet balconies is that they're going to find it difficult to find somewhere to hang your TV. But
no, it's not. No, it's not just about hanging the TV. It's the fact that with Juliet balconies, because you have two large inward opening doors, you sanitize that area of the plan, and you restrict the number of layouts and ways in which you can arrange furniture. Which in a flat that's that's already lower on area than the National Space Standards describe, that puts additional pressure on the layout and use of the apartment. So that's my point of view. So it's not just about where you put the TV; it's about all sorts of other things. Yeah.
I just noticed you'd mentioned that. I mean, just to take this in turn, I don't want to spend any time on it really, but obviously you could just swing around the sofa, put the TV behind where the sofa is. Just as an illustration.
I don't think you can though. Sorry, I'm not quite with you, but I don't think you can just swing around the sofa because they don't be in front of the door.
Well, you could put the TV on the wall behind where the sofa is, but anyway, just to sort of try and pitch where your evidence is, the door that's swinging in from the Juliet balcony there. Your concern is essentially over a meter or so depth of the flat inside.
Yeah. So my concern is that in order to
Answer that question, it's a meter or so, isn't it?
What is?
The area where the doors swing open. where the Juliet balcony is.
Yes, it looks like it's about a metre. Yeah.
About a metre. So obviously, again, to try and sort of pitch this evidence, are you saying to the inspector that's a reason to refuse this scheme?
I'm saying that the Juliet, or what I'm actually saying is in my evidence, which is that Juliet balconies don't provide external amenity space.
I think you're being asked a different question. It sounded as though it was a question that invited a yes or a no, with qualification as necessary.
Okay, so is this 1 metre zone a reason in itself to refuse the scheme? Is that the question?
That's what I asked you.
I don't really understand the question, to be honest, but is this 1 metre zone, sanitized zone of the plan, the reason by itself? I don't know. That's a matter for the inspector. But
really, I'm asking you, Mr. Daly, because again,
I'm not the decision maker.
No, but you're giving evidence to the decision maker, and as part of my theme, where I'll be asking the inspector to reach a judgment on whether you have reached reasonable or overblown judgments on various aspects of the scheme that you've mentioned in your evidence.
Okay, well, I can try and answer your question in this way. By itself, I would think that this isn't a reason to refuse the scheme, but on balance with other aspects of the restrictions that this makes over the layout of these apartments, I would say it is.
Thank you very much. Again, just to again illustrate this for the assistance of the inspector. I mean, if one imagines there was a balcony provided there instead of the Juliet balcony, what you're really looking at is being able to push the dining table a metre or so further towards the balcony space.
No, it's not quite as simple as that. So if you put a balcony onto that arrangement, then doors would open outwards, and you can furnish that room in any number of different ways. So by removing that metre of the plan, you also remove a number of configurations that would be good configurations. So it isn't just a question of being able to push the table, although you're right, you could push the table further towards that the window, and then you would be able to configure other furniture in different ways.
I think, sorry, I don't need to ask any more questions. Those are all my questions in examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hill, can I establish whether you have any questions for this witness? Mr. Hill.
So yes, can you hear me, sir?
I can. Can I just take a time check? Roughly how long, Mr. Hill?
So I think I put an estimate of 15 minutes or so down. I won't exceed that.
Fine.
The only slight problem I have is that I really have a very tight timeline this evening at 5 o'clock, and I can tell you all about it, but it's a personal matter. It involves me having
not at all.
A funeral director.
No, I wouldn't wish to constrain you in terms of your questioning, and we have anything from Miss Hall as well. And I don't think even with a fair wind we're likely to get through re-examination this evening. So I think in terms of where we were with the timetable and your circumstances, I'm happy to adjourn for the day if everybody else is content.
Well, so I'm affirmative. In normal circumstances,
no, not at all.
Happy, I would have kept going as well.
Well, that's why I asked the question. I wanted to take a time check to see whether anybody had got any circumstances that made it difficult. Are there any matters before we adjourn for the day? Sorry, Miss Hall.
I think it just might be helpful for me to let you know that I don't have any questions now for Mr. Dealey, so hopefully I can surrender my 15 minutes.
Thank you. Can I just remind Mr. Dealey, as you still have to face further cross-examination and re-examination, not to communicate with anybody overnight who's concerned with the inquiry. Anything further? If not, thank you for your attendance today and the progress we've made, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.